Yo, what is up, everybody? Hello. How are you guys doing on this Thursday evening? Hope all you guys are doing well. We are back today, and we are in a different sim. We are back in 2024. It has been a minute since I've flown in this sim on stream for you guys. Pretty much these past couple of days, I've been really flying a lot of 2024. I barely touched 2020, and I will say this sim is getting pretty good now. With the more sim updates coming out and stuff, it's making this sim way more stable. I've done oh, someone's winglet in the way. Alright, that's alright. But I've been doing long hauls and stuff, long hauls, short haul flights, and the sim's been running great. So I'm almost at the point where I'm just waiting on a couple more aircraft till I make that full switch over to 2024. So today we're going to find out if it's really time to make that switch to 2024. So hope you guys are doing well today. We already at 13 likes, which is crazy. So we're going to go for a like goal today of 30. Last stream we went for a like goal of 20, I think, and we got like 33, which is crazy. So you guys are freaking awesome. But yeah, guys, today we're doing one leg, nice and medium leg. We're here in Charlotte, North Carolina, and we're gonna be heading all the way down to the southeast and head into the Caribbean into St. Thomas. So flight time today is about 3 hours and 7 minutes, and we'll be cruising at 33,000 feet. I'm not sure if we have any sub climbs, I doubt it, but probably 33,000 feet the entire way going over. And yeah, we're taking 195 passengers down to St. Thomas today. And yeah, it's going to be a nice flight. We're in the Fenix A321. And fun fact, I actually flown on this exact airplane from Dallas to Orlando a couple of years back. And it's somewhat of a special livery because it has, if we come up to the nose, it's the 75th 100th Airbus A320 family aircraft. So I've flown on this exact airplane, and usually this route in the real world is operated on an A319, but usually all the A319s they send down to the Caribbean have the sharklets. And if you guys don't know, Fenix hasn't made the sharklets livery for the aircraft yet for 2020 and 2024. So we're still waiting for the sharklets for the A319. So I figured let's just fly a bigger airplane, you know. Route got aircraft swapped on the route, so we're taking an A321 with sharklets today. And yeah, also because we haven't flown the A321 in a minute, so I figured we'd take it out today. But without further ado, let's go say what's up to some of you guys in the chat. We got Mr. Cronny saying just subscribed. Thank you, Cronny. Welcome to the FO Pilot Dip family. We got Mr. Whisper saying hello there. Hello, Whisper. How you doing, bro? Welcome, welcome. We got Mr. Phoenix saying yo, yo, yo. Hello, Phoenix. How are you doing? Thank you for stopping on to the stream. Hope you're doing well. We got Snaw saying he's streaming. Yes, sir, Snaw. We are back. We are back. Hope you are doing well. Welcome, welcome. We got Henry Brito saying welcome back. Hello, Henry. How are you doing, bro? Hope you're doing well, man. Snaw, how long is this flight? This flight is 3 hours and 7 minutes, so around 3 hour mark, I'd call it. But without further ado, I'm gonna turn down the music. We're gonna hop into this beautiful airplane. Yeah, we do have Atlanta Center online. But yeah, we're gonna fire this airplane up. We'll get her going, and we'll, you know, load up and head over to St. Thomas. So, looking at the airplane, we got engine start switches in the off position. Ignition is normal. I'm gonna put that armrest up. We got batteries above 25 volts on both sides. That is good. We got windows wipers in the off position, and parking brake is set. That is good. So we'll go hop up top. We'll go battery 1, battery 2, external power coming on. We'll go arm the emergency lights. Phoenix, the sounds when you first start it up, they go out for a second. This airplane's still a work in progress in 2024, but flies amazing. We'll go no smoking to the on position. Nav and logo can come on. We'll go strobe and auto to auto. Crew supply can come on. Auto or ground control can come on. Evac to the captain side. Adheres 1, 2, and 3. Wait for the on bat to disarm. There it is. It's off. Cool. And then we'll go hop into our iPad. We'll go import sim brief. Charlotte to St. Thomas, American 2432. There we go. We'll go mass and balance. We'll go straight to loading the aircraft so we can board these 195 passengers. And we got a lot of fuel today. We're taking about almost 30,000 pounds of fuel, so we're going to be pretty heavy on this departure today. Alright, and we're going to go hop down into our MCDU. We're going to go FMGC. And we just updated our AIRAC cycle today, June 12th, 2025 to July 9th, 2025. So we'll go init request. I live close to St. Thomas. Do you really, Snow? Where do you live, man? Are you on like one of the islands right next to it, or in Puerto Rico? That's awesome, bro. I'd love to live in the Caribbean, man. Alright, so our call sign is American 2432. And let's see, what are we doing for cost index? Cost index on this flight is going to be 24. And we're going to be cruising at 33,000 feet. Beautiful, that is looking good. We'll go IRS in it. Align on ref, confirm the alignment. There we go. Then we'll go MCDU menu to ATSU. We'll go AOC to flight init. We'll go init data request. Let that data pull up. I live in the Virgin Islands. Oh, nice, bro, nice. Living in the Caribbean is bad, bro. The weather is always hot. Bro, I mean, it's not that far off from Florida, man. Florida, especially around the summertime, oh, boiling hot. And we'll go accept our first load sheet. Beautiful. We're pretty much looking pretty good for now. I'm gonna go get our clearance on from ATC because I got set up for 1-8 left, but I want to see if we can get 1-8 center. So we're gonna call up Atlanta Center. So he's gonna be on 32975, 32975, and we'll go switch it.
Brickyard 5534 Atlanta Center, runway 18 center.
And let's see what's the current ATIS in Charlotte. Okay, it's Oscar. Cool.
139 has Lima contact line approach 133.47.
Use your airplane fuel system to send the desired fuel quantity.
In Atlanta Center, American 2432 on the ground at Charlotte. Information Oscar IFR to St. Thomas.
November 139 Hotel Lima contact line approach on 133.47.
Oh, sweet. A-cars. What a guy. What a legend. Alright, cool. So, let's see. I'll turn down ATC because we won't have to talk to him for a bit. Cleared us to Queen 5, departure, Pitry, transition, maintain 8,000. So we'll put 8,000 in our altitude. 8,000 is set. Expect 33010 minutes after departure, 120.5, and speed restriction applies, seat chart. Okay. I think it's a 250. So we'll go hop back down here. We'll go Charlotte, departure 1-8 left. It'll just be a longer taxi, no biggie. And we're going to be on the Queen 5, and we're going to take it to Petrie, and then into St. Thomas. There is San Juan Center on at the moment, but I don't think we're going to get them. I don't think they'll stay on. But into St. Thomas, we're going to do the ILS 10 from Toro. There's no star, so we're just going pretty much straight to the start of the ILS and work off from there, but that's pretty much how it's going. And then for our squawk, we got, let's see, we'll turn that on TARA as well. And we got squawk 3510, hit him with the ident, and we'll go GCS to auto. Cool, we're looking good. I'm gonna get the constraint on. We'll go VOR. This can come on as well. And I'll get the VORs on that side as well. And Magic Bear Ref is saying 3006. So we're looking good. We are, let's see, we're still catering up right now. And refueling. Looks like catering is almost done. Oh yeah, now it's finishing up. We just got a lot of fuel today. A lot. Going to my home country, Dominican Republic in August. I'm excited for a vacation. Bro, Henry, nice, man. What part of the island of Dominican Republic are you from? My favorite side is either Santo Domingo or Punta Cana. I wonder if we're gonna get like a flap 3 takeoff or something out of here. I was born in Santo Domingo, but I'm going to Punta Cana for vacation. Oh, nice, bro. You think you're gonna spend some time on the beaches and stuff, man? That's gonna be awesome. Now, he said departure is gonna be 120.5. Now, I guess that means that, Charlotte departure might be coming on. That's what I'm thinking. Because we're on 3297 right now. Well, let's see. 100%? Nice, Henry. Nice, bro. That's gonna be awesome, bro. What are you flying to go down there, man? I've only gotten past through Santo Domingo. Oh yeah, what? Oh yeah. Right. Is for Dominican Republic, would you consider Santo Domingo the main airport? Mike Delta Sierra Delta, or would you consider Punta Cana? Like, what's the most flown airport there, or the most busy? I mean, Punta Cana is pretty busy. You guys get, same with Santo Domingo, you guys get like flights from Europe and everything too. I know there's STI, and that's Santiago, right? I'm pretty sure, because I remember I flew into there in the sim before. Punta Cana, probably Punta Cana? Okay, I gotcha. That's what I figured, because doesn't Punta Cana get like Condor and all of them? I'm pretty sure they do. Or, I know I think Santo Domingo gets Iberia? You guys get a lot of routes. Definitely the most busiest. Bro, in Punta Cana, I'd say is nice. Like, really nice. I mean, you got swimming pools inside the airport. You're telling me I could go through security and stuff and then go swimming before my flight? That's awesome. And yes, we'll attach the tug now. I should have changed the GSX profile so it could get the belts and belt loaders instead of the big ULD loaders, but that's alright.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Alright, the tug should be connecting to the aircraft. Not gonna lie, I feel like a swimming pool in an airport is crazy. Bro, that's awesome though. Think about it. You could
Departure checks completed.
pretty much, let's say you go check in like 4 hours before your flight, right? Go through security real quick and then walk to the swimming pool and go for a swim, watch airplanes. Bro, that's awesome. Guessing you heard the news about the Air India 171 crash, the first ever 787-8 crash? Yes, Whisper. Right when I woke up, I saw it on my phone, man, which is crazy. It's crazy, man. I mean, prayers for those families, man. Well, we might go a little bit into that conversation once we're at cruise, but man, it's so unfortunate. But I mean, that one guy who survived, I mean, that's actually crazy, man. But yeah, just prayers for those families, man. Oh, we got Mr. Wonder. Hello, hello. How you doing, man? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Swimming pool in an airport? Yeah, we're talking about Punta Cana Airport. We'll show some pictures when we're at cruise, because Punta Cana, yep, they sure do have they have 2 swimming pools, I think. Same, I woke up to a friend of mine who's a CFI. He sent me the news. Yeah, man, it was crazy, man. The only thing that sucks is the way that the media and all them, when they post about it, and they miss out like some big key features, bro, and then they just go straight to opinion-based answers like, oh, time to blame Boeing and stuff. But I know that's the media nowadays, but it's alright, it's alright. Same, I literally woke up to the news. Yeah, man, all of us did. I mean, it happened right when in the afternoon for them, and then right in the morning for us. So it was crazy. But if you guys watch Swiss 001, he posted a video on it, and that is my exact opinion on what I think happened. That's the one that mostly makes sense. But yeah, we'll talk about it a little bit in cruise, but we won't go so in depth because, you know, we'll keep it positive vibes today. I hate how the media makes Boeing seem like a villain in the story. But that's the thing, like, if you notice, like, Boeing, the only thing they have to do with that aircraft is 11 years ago, I think it's an 11-year-old airplane, or 14 years ago, they sold it to them. That's all that matters about Boeing at all. It was sold by Boeing. 11 years it's been flying with the Air India. no problem. So Boeing has nothing to do with it. But if it was a brand new airplane, you know, and right off, you know, the showroom floor, that happened, probably blame Boeing, you know. But no need to blame Boeing at all in that. From the vids, it looked like the flaps were retracted with the gear still down, so probably a stall at low altitude right after takeoff. So, the thing about the 787-8 is their normal takeoff flap is flap 5. In flap 5, it's mostly on the leading edge, not so much on the trailing edge of the wing. So if you search up flaps 5 departure Boeing 787-800, you'll see that the flaps are barely out on the rear side of the airplane. But in the videos we saw, there was other views, I saw that the slats were out, so I figured it was a flap 5 departure. But my pretty much estimate was they had a dual engine failure right on V1, and they continued to fly, and at that point they just became a glider. I see a popular YouTuber say that Boeing is in trouble, big trouble for this crash. Who is this, huh? Boeing had nothing to do with this crash other than making the aircraft. Exactly, Whisper. And that, like what I just said a couple minutes ago. If it's brand new airplane, then yeah, Boeing's fault. But it's been flying for perfectly fine. It's flown like 13 flights this whole week. So nothing came up. It was just, you know, it just happened in that moment. The survivor said he heard a loud boom right after takeoff, so I don't know, man. Yeah, I mean, that's probably either. They also said possible bird strike with dual engines, so that could also be it. If you know, like in that, if you watch like a LaGuardia bird strike video where the person's recording the takeoff right next to the engine, and he was seated in 11A, so that's also right next to the engine. So you can hear that big boom boom of like the birds smacking into the engine. So it's crazy, man, but you know, just prayers, man. And obviously we'll probably wait probably a year for that report to come out of what really happened, but it was crazy. But anyway, we'll go fuel pumps, we'll turn them on, we'll go seatbelt signs on. Let me start up Pack X as well. Pack X is started up, and we'll start up this APU. We got about 90-ish passengers to go, but we'll start her up a bit early, you know, why not? We'll go start her up, and then we'll push back and get up on out of here. But I will say, 2024, I'm starting to like it a lot better. You get 5 big booms. Oh, wait, it was them? Is that who you're talking about? Who said it? Bro, if anything, that guy has no idea what he's talking about. Like, these colors look so good. Look at that. Alright, cool. APU is running. Let's see, is tug connected? Tug is... Oh, why do we use this tug? I hate this tug. The vid came up on my For You page and he has 3 million subs. Man. It's all assumptions. It's all assumptions, man. At this point, you can't really do anything about it. You know, it is what it is. People, you know, say what they want. But thing is, you just don't trust them. You don't trust them. It's just, the thing that sucks is everybody jumps to conclusions as soon as it happens. Like, this isn't like a normal thing in aviation. You have to wait. Yeah, it has to be a big investigation and stuff. Alright, but we'll close GPU, get rid of the GPU. We got parking brakes set, so chocks and cones can be removed as well. Got like 25 passengers to go, and then we'll be pushing back. And I also got my Toby working with 2024 now. I had to do it through Notepad++. To change up the sensitivities, because it's weird. For some reason with the Toby in 2024, the settings itself, you can't adjust the Toby eye tracking settings, but I was able to get it done in the files, so we got it working today. And yeah, it's gonna be a fun flight. Mini air crash investigation published a video about 171 40 minutes ago, and as you just said, everything is just pure speculation at this point. Yeah, man, I mean, and another thing is like, a big thing that's pretty screwed up about it is a lot of these quote-unquote content creators want to make these videos and stuff to just get clicks on their videos and stuff, and trying to get likes and stuff for a major tragedy, which is completely wrong. But it's whatever. Alright, cool. We are fully boarded, guys. So we'll go beacon light on. We'll go request push.
Back to 92, and I coming to an approach on 133.47.
And we'll go accept our final load sheet.
That is 222, frequency change approved.
And I can't remember, is Charlotte pushing start your discussion?
Delta 15660, turn northbound.
Let me see.
What are your intentions?
Alright. I don't think so, we'll just push. Alright, so we'll go mass imbalance, send to MCDU. We'll go takeoff, 18 left, surface is dry. We'll go sync that and sync that. We'll go calculate. Alright, so we're doing a flap 2 with a flex of 44 V1, 141 V rotate 148, and V2 150. Cool. And let's go close these doors. And we'll be ready for push and get up on out of here, guys. I know that creator will remake it once the final report is available. Yeah, probably. I mean,
1184 cross Lindsay, flight level 240.
They just want the views. Probably. Alright, cool. Oopsies.
Delta 40, correction, Delta 1560, for now, turn left, putting 23 down.
Alright, cool. We'll go facing south on apron.
Release parking brake.
We'll go release the park brake. We'll go start the clock.
American 221 heavy, radar contact, altitude.
And we'll start these engines up. Why do you use an hours go live on the same day? I thought I had this thumbnail posted way before his. I don't know. But it wasn't intentional. And what is this tug doing? Watch. Now this tug's gonna... Okay. Alright, that works. Cool. Totally didn't just destroy the nose gear, but let's go start her up. We'll go ignition. We'll start engine number 2.
We're ready to go when you are.
And we'll start up engine number 1. Or engine number 2.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard Flight 2432. Our flight time will be roughly
Tug be doing tug things, I guess so, Whisper.
Now that the cabin door is closed, please ensure that all devices are in airplane mode and your large devices are now shut down and stowed. Please fasten your seatbelt and make sure that all tray tables and seat backs are in a full upright and locked position for departure. Flight attendants, please prepare cabin for departure.
1184, connect Memphis Center 132.55.
What's up, balls? How you doing, man? Hey, man, you probably heard the news about the Air India crash already? Yeah, man. Terrible, bro. It's terrible. Alright, yo, what is this push? Actually, this works. Fine.
Welcome to your American Airlines flight. on its way to one of our many destinations across the globe. Made possible by our dedicated team.
Alright, we got one good engine. We'll go start engine number
All devoted
1.
for one reason.
So let's get some in-flight instructions so that we can get you safely on your way.
That's why your safety is so
you're still
important to
set.
us. So let's go over some in-flight
Center, this
instructions
is
so that we
Delta
can get you
1216,
safely
currently
on
at
your
flight
way.
level 3.
And I am using the real world
Going direct to Mahoney.
Alright, that's all 15.
Safety
Just,
briefing.
confirm your altitude one more
Insert the
time.
metal end into the buckle.
Oh, I see you're flying to St. Thomas. Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah.
Open, lift the top of the buckle.
Flight level
Seatbelt should
320,
be fastened before you
1215.
proceed in case of
That's
unexpected
15, right?
Now, make sure your seat is up.
Dude, where's your tail now? We're still good. We're still good. We're about 5-6 feet away from the building, but we're good.
Prohibits smoking.
Alright, cool. We'll wait for that to go available. Alright, cool. 2 engines are good. We'll go ignition back to the normal. We'll go hop up top. APU can shut off. Taxi light can come on. We'll go flaps 2.
Say Mach number.
In the unlikely event of an evacuation, leave all carry-ons behind and follow the lights.
That wall will be hot. Oh yeah. APU is absolutely cooking that wall right now.
All exits on this airplane.
I have 0.85.
Alright, cool. We got flaps 2 set. We'll go flight controls. Full right. Full left. Full back.
Okay, that was all 15.
Full forward. Rudder to the right. And rudder to the left. Flight controls are looking good. We'll go auto brake to the max. And let's see. Oh, I guess we already got the all clear. Good to go. So we'll go parking brake release. We'll go system 1. Predicted wind shear can come on as well. And we'll go request our taxi, but we'll spool it up a little bit just so we can get away from that wall.
And Atlanta Center, good evening. UPS 1557 with you. We're climbing flight level 350 here.
November 453 Cuz, we give short call 120.57.
Number breaker 5534.
Negative.
An American 2432 on the ground at Charlotte. Information pop already for taxi.
Alright, anyone on the ground at Charlotte? Charlotte Bridge is online 13, crash 120.
I swear he didn't pop up on my side. And Charlotte approach up American 2432. Information pop ready for taxi.
American 2432, runway 36 center, taxi via, excuse me, they're using 18, runway 18 center, taxi via Echo.
Alright, 18 center via Echo, American 2432. Alright, so we got switched to runway 18 center, so we'll have to recalculate our takeoff. So let me plug that in real quick.
That was carrier only. That's November 453, check your mic connection.
Alright, so we're pretty much gonna go straight here, and then we're gonna take the second right. While we're taking off, let me go, or taxiing out. Go 18 center. Oh, come on, let me. There we go. Sync that, calculate. Send MCDU, cool. Still flaps 2, so we're looking good. And we'll go takeoff config normal. Get a cabin check.
November 453 is better.
That is better, November 453, you looking for clearance?
Alright, we'll take a right here.
Roger, looking for clearance.
Let's see if the Toby will come on.
What's your requested final altitude? You have 2,300 feet, not sure if that's not gonna work for us.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I'm missing 10 to flight 230.
Flight level 230?
Correct.
What's your airplane airplane type?
Alright, there we go.
Light airplane. Craft speed.
Alright, cabin is ready.
Up Aaron 58, going up to 23,000.
What's your recommended altitude?
I mean, I can give it to you if you can get up there. I've never seen a Baron go that high.
Do you have a secondary recommended altitude that I can change it? Sorry, I'm kind of getting back into aviation, so I'm sorry.
Baron, you could probably do 17,000. I'd recommend more like either 15 or 17.
Okay, 15 sounds good.
I think you'll be happier with that. Give me 1 second.
Baron 58 at flight level 230. That's brave. Dude, oxygen mask
Baron 453,
on the entire time,
you're
bro.
clear to the Knoxville Airport via radar vectors. November Echo Alpha, November Oscar, then a SPILE, climb maintain 3,000, expect 15,000, 10 minute after. Departure will be with me, squawk 4763.
Yo, what's up, our gang? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. What's your PC specs? Exclamation point specs in the chat, and it should pull it up.
November 453, read back is correct, call me for taxi.
I didn't read back. Can you repeat the squawk? November 453.
Stand by. American 2432, on departure fly runway heading the Charlotte Windsor COM, runway 18 center, clear for takeoff.
Alright, runway heading on departure and 18 center, clear for takeoff. American 2432. Alright, guys.
November 453, squawk 4763.
It's time to get up on out of here. We'll go strobe lights on, wing light on.
Via radar vector.
We'll light her up. I got 18 center. Packs are coming off.
November 453, back is correct, call me for taxi. The
And control
Charlotte
can come on, guys.
Altimeter 3007.
And we'll start the clock. Let's go get up on out of here, guys. Oh, what's my Toby doing? There we go. Alright, let's go. Get that forward pressure. Alright, man, Flex 48 SRS, runway auto thrust is blue. Airspeed is alive, both sides. Knots for neutral. Oh yeah, we're heavy. V1 and rotate. Got ourselves a positive rate. We'll go gear up. In Charlotte, we'll see ya. Air control coming off, guys.
American 2432, your radar contact, go direct to Humpy, climb maintain 16,000.
Alright, direct to Humpy and up to 16,000, American 2432.
And that should keep you clear of the weather if you need deviations for coming up.
We'll let you know, American 2432. Alright, level climb, let's hear these throttles. Or these engines. Oh, man. We'll go direct Humpy. Alright, watch that speed. Oh wow, pretty foggy. Alright, we'll go pack 1. Go extend the range. And pack 2. Cool, up to 16,000. We're looking good. Engines are screaming. Let's go hand it over to the autopilot. Autopilot, coming on. We'll go runway turn off light. Taxi light off. And flaps 1. No problem, O-ring. Is 32GB RAM enough for this game? Oh yeah, for sure, man. But 64? I'd say 32 is the minimum, but I use 64. I didn't know you had an Airbus stick. Of course not, of course, man. Alright, we're coming up on that S-speed. That war. Oh yeah, man. Sounds good, man. Sounds real good. Alright, flaps coming up. And we are officially on our way to St. Thomas. I'm gonna get the second frequency in the standby. 35925 is what we should be handed off to. Go through the soup like Evan does. Hey, Evan's not in the stream yet, so we're not going through it. I wonder if we have to dodge weather today. But that direct really got us out of that little bit of weather right there. I'm gonna turn down the sim just a bit. Music coming up. Silver Airways filed for bankruptcy today. Oh, that was yesterday's snow. Yeah, it was unfortunate, man. And to be honest, I saw it coming from like a mile away from some stuff I saw. I can't really go into detail of it, but they were cutting a lot of corners pretty much, and it sent them right into the ground pretty much. What's up, Cooper? How you doing, bro? Welcome to the stream. Any news on Global? Man, Whisper. To be honest, no idea. I think it flew out of Dresden, so they flew it somewhere, but I knew when it was parked at Dresden.
2432, contact Atlanta Center 13297, take care.
Alright, 3297, American 2432, thanks for ATC, we'll see you, buddy. Alright, 32975. I thought he would just hand us right over to Jacksonville. Alright, coming up on 10,000. Landing lights off, wing light off, we'll go ding the cabin. Now Atlanta Center American 2432, 9.8, climbing 16,000 on the Queen 5. Good, how are you? I'm doing pretty good, Cooper.
2432, Atlanta Center, climb maintain, flight level 230.
Up to 230, American 2432. Did you hear about Flight 171? I sure did, Cooper, man. Very unfortunate, man.
Alright, have a good night.
Yeah, we'll talk a bit once we get up at cruise and we're out of everybody's airspace. I completely forgot about Global. I'm pretty sure like everybody did, to be honest. I mean, I stopped really caring about them because they like already cut like major operation already. Like I guess it was like those 2 flights to New York and they're done, which is so absolutely makes no sense of like what's the point. But we had our fun with them. That one flight, and I'm pretty much done. I'm never flying that A380 probably. I don't know, it'll probably be a while till I fly that plane, man. Us air geeks are all over the Air India 171 crash. Yeah, man. Yeah. I'll show you a couple pictures of when I thought, like, the things that I saw. obviously, like, we'll not show, like, anything. We'll show the takeoff, but, you know, not any of those pictures you guys been seeing on, like,
American
Twitter and stuff.
2432, contact Jackson
Or X.
135.92.
Alright, 3592, American 2432, see ya.
Bushwick 5051, Jacksonville Center 135.92.
Alright, 3592.
13592, Bushwick 51.
I'm waiting for Wing Wing to make a radio panel. 925? Yeah, 925, cool.
Bushwick 5051 with you. Richard.
Bushwick 5051, Jackson, hello.
And Jack Center, American 2432, 13-4, climbing 230 on the Queen 5.
American 2432, Jack Center, hello. Climbing to level 330.
Alright, up to 330, American 2432. Alright, cool. Cool, we're looking good. Oh, look at those clouds. Woohoo, man. That looks good. Wow, look at that. I was gonna fly on real time, but I kind of want. Well, we might make it like a sunset, or like start to sunset arrival into
Allegiant 2800, maintain
St. Thomas.
370, just for direct.
But I want to see all the islands and stuff and the blue water.
Roger, flight level 370, Allegiant 2800.
Jack 57, considering he just took you, you can call him now, 132.2, g'day.
Yeah, so we're pretty much gonna fly south for like 2 more waypoints, and then we'll make a left turn towards our
5051, sure.
crossing. I thought we would fly, you know, pretty much down to like Daytona, then start to head over, but we're heading over just before Charleston, so we're gonna fly right by Charleston. Maybe we'll see some Dreamliners being made or something. Oh, but I don't have the Charleston scenery installed.
To Julia Kilo, welcome to Daytona. You can taxi. Actually, where are you parking?
I'm looking to park at the Embry-Riddle parking.
Ah, Embry-Riddle, the Eagles. Alright, come on, 18,000. Go standard.
Taxi November Romeo 1 to the ramp, cross runway 34 at November.
Taxi November cross runway 34 at November Romeo 1 to the
Bushwick 5051, welcome back. Cross please at maintain 10,000. The Savannah altimeters 3006.
Alright, you said please 10,000, reach the 6, Alpha Bushwick.
Roger.
The East Coast is like lit up a lot right now. I mean, we got Miami Center, we got Jacksonville Center, we got Atlanta Center, we got Memphis Center, Indy Center, Chicago Center, Kansas City Center, Cleveland Center, Toronto Center is online, and Boston Center. All we're missing is Washington and New York.
Southwest 845 Jack Center, hello.
Oh, and San Juan went offline, so we'll probably not get ATC into St. Thomas. I've been hearing bad things about the new iPhone updates. I've literally seen vids of people making memes about the iPhone 11 and exploding with the new update. I saw that. I saw the memes too. But I don't really get it. Like, what did the new update do?
Southwest 4326, cross in pin at maintain flight level 290. And that was all static. Check your mic, please.
Sorry about that, I was getting a little Crosswind and maintain flight level 290, Southwest 4326.
Thank you.
I think the biggest thing I noticed with 2024 is the lighting of the sky and how all the colors are way more like so like what's the word? So vibrant. Like 2020, it's like a dim sim. Like it's all dark. But like this one, 2024, the colors really pop. Like if I hopped on a plane right now out of Charlotte and I set it to this same time, this is like, I'd say like 90% as close, like pretty damn close. And for tomorrow's stream, for the Madeira stream, I'm thinking to fly it real time. So it'll be night for about a good 3/4 of the flight. So that's gonna be a fun flight though.
Welcome.
And Whisper, I can't remember. You're off Friday, right? And are you working tonight?
Once here, Romeo, to maintain 3000, Daytona altimeter now 3006.
So maintain 3000, that's 6 on the altimeter, what's there, man?
Southwest 845 request, fulfill 350 to exit the cloud.
Our weekend started at 2:30 a.m. this morning, though.
Southwest 845, I can give you 340.
So what time is it for you right now? 8?
Yeah, we'll take it.
Let's see. 8 p.m. for me.
Sure.
6 hours. Oh.
845 to Sun maintain for level 340.
So is it about to start?
Time 240, I think. Southwest 845.
Are you home right now, Whisper? Almost 24 hours ago, yes, I'm home. Bro, load up. Do Miami to St. Thomas or something. Or are you flying right now? Not flying currently. Gotcha. So what are you doing? Oh, Mr. Captain Will, hello, hello. What is up, man? How are you doing, bro? Hey, Expo's right around the corner, man. So now we're starting our turn. Yes, can't wait. I got something for you when get out there too. I think you'll like it. Bet. Well, I'm ready, man. I'm ready. Well, I saw you flying with Leo yesterday. It's been a while since I heard you on the radios. I was gonna hop on for the second leg, but I was tweaking out that max for 2024. I was having a problem with my reverse thrust and I was trying to rebind it. I had to watch like 2 tutorials because apparently the way my reverse thrust for what it was in 2020 didn't work for 2024, so but I think I got it fixed and working. I'm gonna test it tonight as well, so it's good for tomorrow's stream.
Delta 2264 Miami 132.2, good day.
Yeah, I had to. He flew in and out of my hometown airport. I had to fly along. Oh, of course, bro, of course. The only thing I say that you did wrong was you flew 777 instead of the tri-jet, but I know you probably can't handle the MD-11 just yet, Will. Probably. But no, those are good landings. Good landings. And the way when Leo said over wiener, I'm pretty sure it was winner. But man, that MD-11, it's tricky bird. It's a tricky bird. It's so unpredictable too. Oh, I need more practice with the MD-11. Me or Leo could teach you. You know? It's weird because you have to flare between 50 feet and 40 feet. That's when you start your flare. If you start at 30 or something, oh, guaranteed smash.
Level 355 Jack Center, hello, you're cleared to the Atlanta airport as filed. Maintain 3000, expect 6000, 10 minutes after departure. Departure is with me, squawk 6740.
Clear as filed, 3000, expect 6000, 10 after departure. Squawk 6740, level 355.
Level 355, read back correct.
Yes, I always smash it, and dude, that's the thing, like...
Sorry, your pick between 25 right and 1
I start my flare at 50, and then I pull my power at like 30. Because if you flare and then pull power right at you flare, then it'll still drop. Because that plane loses lift so quick.
6740, 355.
And I can't seem to pick up an ILS on it. It's really easy, bro. All you gotta do is just like hit the approach and / land button and it'll set you up. You don't have to click anything else. But yeah, all you gotta do is that. But also, if you're flying like a heading to join the localizer, you want to join at like a 45 degree. Loading up 2024 now. Alright, Whisper, I say you fly out of Miami. I say fly out of Miami, because if you fly out of Charlotte, you're going to be behind us, and it'd be too late, but Miami will be pretty good to go to St. Thomas. So I recommend flying out of Miami.
Right, 301 Sierra Romeo, turn, correction, you're 5 miles from Banner, turn right heading 220 to join the localizer, maintain 2000 to establish, cleared ILS, runway 25 right approach.
Okay, right 220 for the localizer, cleared ILS 25 approach, maintain 2000 to establish. What's Paramount?
Alright, how we doing? Passing 30,000 feet? You know, it's pretty calm, I say. Let's go shut off the seatbelt sign.
Sterling 2564 Atlanta Center 132.97, good day.
32.97, Sterling 2564
Legion 2800 Atlanta Center 132.97.
We might be right under these clouds. for our cruise.
13297, Legion 2800. Thanks for the service. We'll see you.
My pleasure. 3010 Romeo, wind 120 at 7, runway 25 right, call to land.
Go to land 25 right, 10 now.
Jackson Center, Noble 355 on the tarmac at Daytona, raise taxi.
Noble 355, would you like 16 or 25 right?
Wait, one, let's see which one's programmed in here for me. Okay, I'm looking at 25 right.
Okay, Noble 355, runway 25 right, taxi via Whiskey November, cross runway 34 at November.
Alright, taxi to 25 right via Whiskey November, cross 34 at November for Noble 355.
WestJet 1185, Atlanta Center 132.97, good day.
Atlanta Center, WestJet 1185, have a good night.
You too.
And I think for tomorrow, I'm gonna save. YVR Gopher made like 2 new videos already, and I think we saved those for tomorrow because that's a longer flight. We could watch an old Green Dot Aviation video today.
300 up to flight level 350.
Alaska 349, Jack Center, hello, climb maintain for level 350.
350 for Alaska 359.
Alaska 359. Oh, he's doing Atlanta, Orlando.
Good evening, Jacksonville Center. That's 1996.
I thought he'd be doing a transcon.
Delta 1996 Atlanta Center, or sorry, not Atlanta Center, geez, Jack Center, hello, welcome on board.
What's up, Phoenix? How you doing, bro? Welcome, welcome.
Southwest Flight 326, looks like Miami just quit, so radar service terminated. We can change approved, have a good one.
Oh, fine then, I'll just go be by myself. Over to you to come first, Delta 4326.
See ya.
Jason Center, Southwest 575 with information Lima at Troll.
It's kind of weird. I feel like the IEs are such a tiny engine
I will have it to you right
compared to the
now.
CFMs, but the IEs perform so well. Good yourself? I'm doing pretty good, man. Pretty good. Almost Friday, bro. I mean, I've been on summer, but you know, gotta love Fridays. But glad you're doing good, man. I will say we're dodging some pretty hefty weather cells at the moment. Kind of weird how we're at cruise now, but we're just chilling right under it. And let's see.
We're going to be off on November 3.
What's our optimum? Optimum's 3.4, max is 3.6.
Once here, Romeo, welcome to Daytona. You can taxi
Possible chance of us step
November
climbing to like
right.
3.5, but we'll probably not.
Double 355, wind 120 at 7,
Oh, and now
25, right, clear.
we're over water, so that's the last bit of land. We'll see. Oh, let's see if we can see Charleston. I think the clouds are blocking it. Dang, I ain't seeing it. It's somewhere over there. Oh, look at those contrails. Oh yeah, look at that. I think we're like just barely getting contrails because after when we just took a look at those contrails, it stopped right when I moved the camera, and now they're back.
And Blue Shirt 5051, sorry, you did ask for the ILS for 10 into Savannah, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Yo, hello T-Fox. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well.
Southwest 845, just send me the get out 1 arrival, Orlando altimeter 3006.
Stand by, get out. Orlando altimeter 3006, Southwest 845.
And let's see, at waypoint Heron we'll be out of his airspace. Let's see, Heron is like 140-ish miles away. So we got a bit to go. Like I said it earlier about flying in 2024 and stuff. I'm trying to remember all the flights I did in the past couple of days. I've done like there's a lot. I did Charlotte to Philly, Philly to Providence and back. Then I did Hong Kong to Auckland. And then I think I did oh, and then I did Philadelphia to Amsterdam. And then I did Singapore to Phuket. And then I just did New Delhi to Abidjan. And all those flights ran perfectly. Oh, and then I also did Dulles to Newark in the MAX. And Newark at night just looks so good.
Jacksonville Center, Delta 169, heavy. Sorry, did you hand us off?
Delta 169, I was about to actually. Washington's off, radar service.
Yeah, the weather's starting to clear up a bit over here now.
Change crew, Delta 169. Thanks, have a good one.
You too.
Jack Center, UPS 1557, descending for level 260.
UPS 1557, Jacksonville Center, hello. Cross Odia at maintain 12,000, Jax altimeter 3003.
God, Miami went offline. I mean, we wouldn't even get in his airspace though.
UPS 1557.
Jacksonville Center, Spirit Wing 907, flight level 380.
Boeing 707 Jackson, hello.
Jacksonville Center, Delta 3168, flight level 196, descending 11,000, direct lot.
Would you ever consider X-Plane 12? T-Fox, I was working on it earlier this week. I'm trying to work on some more things to try and get it, like all the mods and stuff installed in, pretty much, but so far, looks good. I was flying around the A340. I think flies amazing, man. So hopefully I get to be in that sim shortly, because I want to do some out-of-eyes A340 ops.
3000, 3007.
Jacksonville Center, good evening, UPS 2455, about 40 miles north of Fenix.
UPS 2455, Jack Center, hello, cross Odia at maintain 12000, Jack South under 3003.
Odia at 12,000 and 3003 on the altimeter, UPS 2455.
Whisper, are you loading up from Charlotte or Miami? XP map enhancement helps, otherwise seems like Laminar is on a quest to eliminate any need for add-ons. Well, yeah, I installed, no, like, it was just mostly plugins that I installed, man. Like, I think like, honestly, the
runway 15,
scenery and stuff didn't look that bad.
Taxi via Bravo,
so I wouldn't really
cross runway 3 at Delta.
You know, change it that much, like for getting like auto ortheo and whatever. But it's just like the plugins, like better pushback, fly with Lua, Avia,
Oscar 359
something,
level 320.
all those.
Flight level 320 for Alaska 359. Southwest 845, just want to maintain flight level 300. 77300, Southwest 845.
At gate 64 at Miami? Gotcha, Whisper, gotcha. X-RAS is also free. What's X-RAS? Oh, just like X-Plane RAS? Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I've been installing plugins, just the ones I pretty much need to, you know, get the job done and, you know, make the sim look good and stuff. Like, I need to download XPUIC so I can get, like, stuff like PackX and stuff to work.
Sorry, I'm curious, is this an early
what else?
yeah,
I'm
basically.
Do you think I need XP Realistic? Because I'm considering buying it. I don't think I need it, but I'm thinking about it. The two most flights I want to do right now, and explain it with the A340s, Zurich to Tampa, and I think it's Frankfurt to JFK, or Munich to JFK. Whatever route operates in the A340 on that. I think it's Munich. Because I want to shoot that Carnassier approach in the A340, that'd be awesome. They have just added a physics-based camera, but mine already had XP Realistic. Wouldn't be sure. Well, is that the same as? I forgot what it's called. Is it better camera? Because I'm fine with the normal camera in X-Plane. I already got all my keybinds set and stuff, so I'm not too worried about getting like better camera mods and stuff for X-Plane.
Oscar 359, I have an amendment to your clearance advisor to copy. I'm sorry, repeat that for Alaska 359. I have an amendment to your route advisor to copy. Alaska 359, ready copy. Alaska 359, you're recleared to the Orlando airport via direct for you to join the Get Out 1 arrival.
Direct for you for the Get Out arrival for 359.
Alaska 359, redirect is correct, advise 1 direct for you.
Roger, 359, we are ready now.
Roger.
Default ones work pretty well in my opinion. Yeah.
Southwest 845,
But
descend
also,
to Get Out 1 arrival.
is there any
Orlando
mod for ground?
3006.
Ground
Somebody Get Out 1 arrival, altimeter 3006.
operations and stuff? I have no idea. I want ground ops because I don't want to just hit, you know, Control G or whatever to attach the jetway, and that's all I get.
I'm not seeing that in the FMC. Is it okay if you can spell out for me? I'm able to find it.
Sure. For you is Foxtrot, Oscar, Romeo, Yankee, Uniform. Get Out
Wait,
is
one of these shots?
Golf, Tango,
Oh,
Oscar,
look at that.
Uniform, Tango.
Look at that, man.
Yeah, Alaska, please.
Yeah. Of course, 2024 crashed. Oh, damn, Whisper. It's alright. It's alright, man. We're still pretty far out from Miami, so you got plenty of time, man. Don't worry. Take your time, man. Take your time.
Alright,
That is a good song.
Yeah, thank you.
Gotcha. Wait, let's see what the other side is, because I think the sun is shining better on that side. Oh yeah. And it kind of looks the same, but a little bit better. It's a little less backlit, which is better. Blue Streak 5051, check for that late vector there. Descend to maintain 2,500, turn right heading 250, vectors to resequence.
But I'm really excited to fly that MAX tomorrow in 2024.
Flighting 250.
Because, and into Madeira too, you know how well that scenery is going to look?
Alaska 359, descend via the Get Out 1 arrival, Orlando altimeter 3006.
I was flying around in it to make the thumbnail today. Wow. Amazing.
Delta 3168, you can expect the ILS runway 10, the Savannah altimeter 3007, descend to maintain 3000.
Expect the ILS 10, altimeter 3007, descend maintain 3000 for Delta 3168.
Should be getting our handoff shortly. Over to the dark side, as Mr. Reed Aviation likes to say.
Alaska 369, sorry, you say descend?
Yeah, descend via the arrival.
Roger.
Yeah, I think once all the PMDG aircraft come over to 2024, I'm gonna probably only fly 2024. Because we don't have that many aircraft left to come over. I mean, we just got the iFly, which I've been waiting for.
American 3012, Miami's off, radar service terminated, exchange proof today. American 3012, Jack Center. American 3012, Jack Center.
Come on, 3012, where you at, bro? Mr. Skyfall, what is up, buddy? How you doing?
American
Welcome,
3012, Miami's off, radar service terminated for exchange proof today.
You're late, bro.
Papa Tango, Foxtrot Whiskey Hotel, Miami's off, radar service terminated for exchange proof today.
Exchange approved. Good night. Bye-bye.
American 2432, New York, radio's offline, radar service terminated for exchange proof. Squawk and maintain 2000.
Alright, Squawk 2000 over the dark side, American 2432. Thanks for the TC, man. Have a good rest of your day. We'll see you, buddy.
Thanks. Blue Streak 5051, turn right heading
Alright,
060 back to the localizer.
22.8.
060.
We'll go squawk 2000 as well. Oh, we're looking good. I know, right? But I am airborne coming across behind you. Where are you at? Where'd you take off from, Dulles? Or Houston? Ah, Houston, okay. Maybe add a little bit of a sim rate 2 time. Just so you get close to us. I know Whisper's loading up from Miami, I think. Alright, now that we're out of his airspace, let me see. If I can pull up some pictures. Alright. So like earlier what we were talking about, based off like my opinion, don't take this as the real thing, but you know, like if you look right here, you can't really see it that well, but you can see like kind of like something that looks like the rat. So that pretty much looks like the rat to me. And the rat's deployed once, you know, all the electrical power is gone to the airplane and no engines are on, so that leads me to thinking, you know, both engines failed, right? And rat deployed, but you know, it pretty much looks like, you know, rat deployed, but you would hear the rat though, that's the thing. But since it was so close to the ground that I feel like the rat didn't have time to, you know, spool on up and provide that power, so it's pretty much too late. Bro said a rat? What? I'm just saying the abbreviation for it. And then you can kind of see here a little bit on how flaps 5 were out, but you can't see too well from the screenshot, but that's pretty much all I got on it. But and another thing is the gear didn't go up, so they lost hydraulic too. Oh wait, I thought of the wrong rat. Oh, you're good, Sna. I'm talking about the turbine, you know? But yeah, that's what I'm pretty much thinking about it, is what's going on, you know? Oh, we also got flight sim screenshots. So as I was saying earlier, flying 2024, this was Hong Kong to Auckland. It was like 10-hour flight, great flight. Auckland looks beautiful. Oh, and then we got pause rate in his Dash 8. You see his X-plane looks really good. Like, I don't know what he has installed, but his X-plane looks amazing. I swear bro loves flying out of Toronto City. Look at it. Bro, amazing. Like, look at the detail, man. Like, even with the ground texture, that didn't even look that bad. Like, that looks pretty damn good. Oh, and I think he overran the runway. I don't know what happened here, Positrate. What's up, Reed? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well, man. How did the dinner go well? Are you still at dinner? Oh man, the wing view with Toronto Tower, man, that looks good. Oh, and of course the departure. You see, this is what I like about X-Plane. how you can pop up the screens. You can basically fly the plane from the wing view. So if you ever wanted to just do a landing from the wing view, just pop up all the screens. It was long as hell, but good, but fun. That's good, man. Are you loading up now? You got time if you load up from Miami. I think Whisper's loading up from Miami. And then Skyfall will be right behind you. And then this was yesterday when I said we did Dulles to Newark. Doing some more 2024 testing. Like, look how good this looks. Look at those lights. Especially the way the airport lights are, too. It looks good. So this was me, this is Evan, and then that's Reed, and then a static aircraft. But beautiful airport. And then this was today, flying Singapore to Phuket. As you can see, very cloudy departure. That's Singapore right there. And then here's Reed and his Star Alliance Singapore Max in Phuket. But yeah, those are pretty much like some screenshots for now. Yes, loaded in all the data and ready for push and start. Oh, nice, Whisper, nice. You see, the crash shouldn't do that much. Just a little delay, but it's okay because we're still trucking on our way down to Miami, so we got plenty of time. We should be good. Do you know how long your flight time is? And I'm assuming you're gonna connect in the sky too, probably. I have the spirit law. Oh yeah, Whisper. Oh yeah, man. Trying to think. The way the sun is right now, it's like shining on the middle or only the top. I'll follow in behind the conga line. I'm log on later and do San Juan to St. Thomas with JetBlue Real World route. Gotcha. Yeah, that's like a 17-minute hop. So bro, you're barely gonna join the conga line, but that's good. Hey, maybe Evan can do that once he joins. Reed, you know what Evan told me? Bro's going to play badminton right now. I called him up right before stream. What are you doing? Are you gonna fly along? I'm gonna go play badminton. That's what bro told me. If I loaded into Miami, I'd be so far behind. No, Reed, we're good. We're not even past Miami yet, so you got plenty of time, man. Oh my lord, Batman. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, bro. And I was like, okay, how long will you be? And he's like, I'll probably be done like 10 o'clock. And I was like, are you serious? He was like, yeah, dude, I play Batman until like a long time. You got tires 2 hours to go. Miami will take 2.5 plus loading in plus taxi. Well, then you could do you could load up from Bahamas. Watch, I guarantee you, Whisper's gonna find a way to creep up to me. He's gonna be doing like Mach 0.8 too. Dang, Next Level Racing came out with the new chair. But the price is crazy. For US, $9.99. May. Yeah, but he's ready to go. I don't even have the sim running. I'll just do the JetBlue hop and prep for an overnight. Alright, cool, bro. Cool. What overnight? I'm thinking either Amsterdam back to Philly, or I don't know what else to do. I'll probably just end up doing that. I don't know, something that lands 8 a.m. Are you flying? My flight got canceled for tomorrow. Airplane is still in a 100-hour inspection, so I'm not flying tomorrow. I swear, like, that airplane goes like 100 hours, like 5 times a month, 3 times a month, 4 times. It's crazy. No, but I gotta drop off my car for a windshield repair at 9 a.m. Gotcha. Why don't you just do Safe Flight? Do you guys have Safe Flight in Richmond? Safe Flight is ass? What do you mean? Have one engine started and getting ready to taxi. You see Whisper's on his game, man. He's ready to go. He is ready. And Whisper, you're connecting? Are you gonna connect to vatsim in the sky, I'm assuming? Their glass is thin and I'd only use them in an emergency. I got you. Another thing you could do with the thing about Safe Flight is you don't have to make it an insurance claim. That's the thing that's good about it, Safe Flight. Yes, okay, I got you, Whisper. Yeah, now that that big layer that was right above us is starting to go away. I should see how long my drive is to there to make sure an 8 a.m. arrival works. Bro, Reed, if you're driving to a windshield place that's an hour away from you, then you're crazy. Or are you saying that your drive's gonna take long because you need to just do a Wawa run? Okay, 20 minutes, we're good. So you could technically land as late as like 8:30. No, 8 a.m. Oh, my bad, bro. So are you gonna do a Wawa stop or what? Because a Wawa stop for you adds like an extra 30 minutes. just for a buffer because I got a pack 2. For Florida? And I got a pack from my dad's house. Oh, gotcha. Yo, what is up? Oh man, it's gonna be hard. Dimitris Balodis. Hello, welcome to your stream. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully I didn't say your name too wrong. Maybe after with the pop song. Gotcha. I wonder, yeah, we're far out, so we can't see the Bahamas, but Freeport and Nassau are all right over there. White Monster tastes better when it's free, you know. I got you. Oh, is that the fridge that's stocked up and with all the sodas and stuff that you sent in the Discord? Is that the one you're talking about? My first name is pronounced as Dimitri. Okay, I'm gonna just say Dimitri. Okay? Dimitris. That's easier for me. That was at my uncle's river house. I wish that was my fridge low. Bro, you should just took all the drinks. Or just take all the White Monsters, be like, I'll be needing these. Actually, go this side. I'm a trilingual speaker. Wow, so you speak 3 languages? That's crazy, man. That's awesome.
Behavior.
English, Latvian, and Russian? Wow. Where are you from, Dimitri?
For the next 7 days, I'm going to
trying to pull up our video for cruise. We're already at cruise, but
miles.
Latvia. Let's see. Oh, that's in Europe. Oh. Okay, I know where you are. You're right above Lithuania. Nice. I'm American born. Oh, so do you live in Latvia? Yes, live in Latvia. Oh wow, you're probably my first viewer that is from there, man. That's awesome. Alright, we'll go hop back in this airplane. We'll find a seat. I reckon we do a domestic or international, but you know, narrow body business class. First for everything. Oh yeah, for sure, Snow. Alright, and let me go ahead and stop the music. I'll go pull up the in-flight entertainment screen. Let me see. Let me just try and match that up. And then this is an older video by Green Dot, but we haven't watched it yet, so I figured might as well watch it. Just gonna make it a little bit bigger. Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty good. Excited for another Green Dot video? Hell yeah, Henry. Alright, so this is 315 people trapped inside a crazy plane, Qantas Flight 72. I have no idea what happened in this flight. He made this a year ago. It has 2.1 million views, so I guess it's a freaking banger, but without further ado, let's go and watch it.
Above the ocean, disaster.
One thing also, guys, if you didn't know, Green Dot Aviation and YVR Gopher, links in the description. Go show some support to them for allowing me to showcase their content on the stream. So yeah, go show them some love. And without further ado, let's go watch it.
Disaster strikes as a Qantas Airbus A330 on its way from Singapore to Perth dips into a terrifying dive. Passengers are thrown into the ceiling and badly injured, while the pilots are hanging on for dear life. Nobody knows what is causing the plane's violent behaviour, or if it will stop before they hit the ocean below. This is an incredible tale where science fiction meets horror, and I've invited the captain himself to tell the story.
Now, I'm starting to think, wow, is my life going to end today?
This is the story of Qantas Flight 72.
I don't know of any YouTube channel who shows old blank and white films as IFE. Oh, these aren't
On the morning of October 7th,
boring films. This is a
303 passengers.
These are awesome, man.
Stepped aboard Qantas Flight 72 at Singapore's Changi Airport. They were bound for Perth, on the west coast of Australia, a 5-hour journey. The weather on this day was perfect for flying. Clear skies, light winds, and, to top it all off, there was very little air traffic around Singapore. If there was such a thing as an easy day for flying, this was surely it. But up in the front of the massive Airbus A330, the pilots were already joking about the captain's purported record for attracting bad luck. That captain was 53-year-old Kevin Sullivan.
You know, I've had an engine blow up on me, I've had fumes events, I've had jet upsets, I have a lot of things, and this was my reputation as the shit magnet.
Despite his reputation for reporting emergencies and malfunctions, Sullivan was an outstanding pilot. He had started his career in the US Navy and had gone on to become a Top Gun pilot, making him part of a small group of some of the most elite fighter pilots in the world.
I thought you said I don't know of another
He joined
YouTuber.
Qantas in 1986,
I gotcha,
where he flew the Boeing 747 and 767.
Just past flight level 200, nice,
He'd
Whisper.
been a captain on the Airbus A330 for 4
You shouldn't be
years.
that far behind us, man.
Sitting to his right was an equally competent first officer, Pete Lipsett.
Mr.
Like the captain, Lipsett had gotten his start with the military. In his case, the Royal Australian Navy.
Top Gun pilot. Oh yeah, man.
There, he had been a helicopter pilot, carrying out everything from search and rescue missions to anti-submarine warfare and United Nations operations in the Middle East. He had joined Qantas 12 years previously, in 1996, where he built up his experience on the Boeing 747, 737, and now on the Airbus A330. Due to the combined length of the flight over to Perth and back, there was a third flight crew member on board. Second Officer Ross Hales was the youngest of the 3 pilots and had just over 2,000 hours total flying time. Most of this was built up flying smaller propeller aircraft in Western Australia and the Northern Territory. He would be taking over from the captain and then the first officer during the cruise, so that they could each get some rest. The aircraft was buzzing with activity as the pilots programmed their route to Perth into the flight management computer and set up the aircraft for departure. This was only the crew's second time flying together. The first time was their flight into Singapore from Brisbane the previous day. They had bonded over some beer and satay that evening, and now, on the flight deck of their A330, this newly formed team was about to be put to the ultimate test. At 25 minutes past 9 that morning, Flight 72 pushed back from the gate at Singapore, loaded with fuel and 303 passengers. Not a single seat on board the plane was empty.
Wow.
The pilots started the engines and began
That's
their
why
taxi out to
Qantas flies their
4 hours
A380
and 45 minutes
from
they would be in
Sydney
Perth.
to
Singapore's airport was
Singapore,
uncharacteristically
then
quiet
Singapore
on
to
this morning,
Heathrow.
and the pilots had reached the
Crazy.
departure runway in just 8 minutes. Captain Sullivan lined the plane up and pushed the A330's engines to take off thrust. Moments later, the plane was airborne and climbing serenely out over the Straits of Malacca. The captain was flying the aircraft manually, something that long-haul pilots don't do all that often. He had no idea that later this morning, his long-standing belief in the value of hands-on flying would be vindicated in the most shocking and dramatic way imaginable. In the back of the plane, the passengers settled in for the journey. They were treated to some stunning views of the waterways beneath the aircraft as it climbed out. Suddenly, in the cockpit, the master caution light illuminated. The flight had barely left Singapore, and already it appeared that Captain Sullivan's reputation for attracting trouble was rearing its head. Sullivan turned on the autopilot to free up his attention so he could figure out what was going wrong. Meanwhile, First Officer Lipsett cancelled the warning as per Airbus procedure, so that it didn't distract the pilots while they were working through the problem. The two men drew their attention to the fault message appearing on their central display, known as the ECAM, or Electronic Centralized Aircraft Monitor. The message read, Air Engine Bleed 1 Fault. Unlike what the name might suggest, the engine was not bleeding. Rather, this message meant that there was a problem with the system that siphons off air from the engine and feeds it into the cabin to pressurize it. The A330 is a highly sophisticated aircraft, and when something like this goes wrong, the computers do more than just tell the pilots what the problem is. They display on screen the steps required to fix it. One by one,
and that's what I love about Airbus, is it takes away such amount of a workload.
This splitting of duties
like pulling
is a
out
huge part of
checklists
what
and
makes
stuff.
flying so safe today, and it would prove to be even more important as the fight progressed. As the first officer worked through these steps, known as ECAM actions, the captain spotted some thunderstorms ahead. He turned the plane off course to avoid them. Within a few minutes, the first officer had rectified the issue with the bleed air, and the captain had brought the plane into clear skies. Once again, all was well on board Flight 72. In the cabin, the passengers never even knew that anything had happened. This calm, methodical
I agree,
approach
Skyfall,
to
bro.
routine problems like this
We were talking about that at the
characterized these
gate.
pilots' entire careers. It's the reason that Qantas has long enjoyed the title of the world's safest airline. But this is not where the story of Flight 72 ends. In fact, it's now only just begun. 30 minutes after departure, Flight 72 was cruising high above the Indian Ocean at 37,000 feet.
What's
There
your
was a
Mach
holiday
number? Mach
atmosphere
point
aboard,
81.
with passengers
Whisper.
moving about the cabin, flight
Now everybody
attendants
works for the
preparing meals,
NTSB
and light
speculating
chatter
what
filling the
happened.
air. At this point, now 90 minutes into his duty time,
there's no
the captain got up from his seat and headed back outside the cockpit.
Like there is
to
so
his
much
rest room.
reasons about what happened.
Here,
Yeah,
he would
man.
stay for a little over an hour.
I mean, we just
while
gotta
in
wait
his
till the
place
final
sat
report.
Second Officer Ross Hales.
I mean, obviously we have people jumping to conclusions and stuff about it. It's so unnecessary. Because they think that they know the answer, but really they don't.
Purpose of this crew change was so that the captain and first officer could be fully rested and alert for the most important parts of the flight, namely takeoff and landing.
3 are on duty for takeoff, 3 are on duty for landing. So you do have, in the critical phases of flight, you have 3 sets of eyes on duty, 3 sets of brains working together for the critical phases of flight of takeoff and landing.
For the next hour or so, the flight progressed as normal, cruising south over the vast Indian Ocean. Meals were handed out and drinks served, and the light-hearted atmosphere on board continued. After a little over an hour,
It's annoying just
Captain
for
Sullivan's rest
for
time was over.
Us pilots, it's
He
actually a
re-entered
serious
the
lesson
cockpit,
so we can
which was
ensure
now
safety.
brightly lit from the
Exactly,
cloudless
bro.
sky
Like
all around it.
the people who are posting
He
stuff
swapped
just
out
for
with
clicks.
Second Officer Hales,
They're
and
so
once
wrong
again
for that,
sat
man.
at the helm of the aircraft. It was 12:35 p.m. Perth time. The red shoreline of Australia's northern coast was now clearly coming into view on the horizon. First Officer Lipset then took his break, heading back to his bunk outside the cockpit. He would be returning to the flight deck just before the plane began its descent into Perth. Hales settled into his seat, and once again there were 2 pilots at the controls. Suddenly, the autopilot disconnected. The captain grabbed his side stick and began flying the plane manually. In the right-hand seat, Second Officer Hales cancelled the aural alert tone, while the captain engaged the second autopilot. A dizzying array of fault messages had appeared on the ECAM, but none of the primary instruments hinted at the nature of the problem. Then, suddenly, the stall warning sounded. This is one of the most urgent warnings a pilot can hear. It indicates that the plane is flying too slow, and that the wings can no longer support the plane's weight in the air. According to the computers, Flight 72 was about to start falling towards the ocean. The pilots were perplexed. They hadn't changed anything with the plane, and all of a sudden, it was telling them that they were about to fall out of the sky. How could this be happening? Then, the captain noticed something even more troubling. Emblazoned on his primary flight display was a red overspeed warning. This was impossible. His aircraft was telling him that he was flying both too fast and too slow.
What the hell?
Each of these were extremely serious warnings, but they couldn't both be true. The question was, were either of them true? The pilots needed to check their speed. The captain looked at the speed tape on his primary flight display, but the readings were all over the place. It was as if his flight computers had lost their minds. And what's more, his altitude readings were erratic too. This was truly bizarre. Altitude and speed information are the most critical things a pilot needs to know to control a plane. Captain Sullivan knew that he was dealing with a problem which had been termed unreliable airspeed by Airbus. This is not a diagnosis the computers can make themselves, given that they are the ones at fault to begin with in this scenario. It's up to the pilots to figure out that this is going on, and to take the appropriate steps to resolve it. The captain glanced over at the standby instruments, which are there in case of exactly this kind of scenario. The readings they were giving seemed much more plausible.
Looks like we're going through
He
some
cross-checked
turbulence
these
right now.
against the second officer's instruments, which were showing the same readings. At least he knew that these 2 instruments were accurate. It would be inconvenient, but he would be able to fly just by using the standby instruments and the second officer's instruments. But very quickly, the captain could see that this situation wasn't the normal unreliable speed scenario that he had practiced many times in the simulator. His navigation display had now gone blank.
Oh nah.
Whatever was happening to the plane was much deeper than a faulty airspeed indicator. Captain Sullivan told Hales to call the first officer back to the cockpit. The crew would need all the brainpower and experience they could get to figure out what was going wrong. In the cabin, the passengers and flight attendants were oblivious to the rising confusion on the flight deck. None of the warnings blaring in the cockpit were audible back there.
Bro, imagine you're on your break.
The aircraft was still flying perfectly normally.
And then you get waken up.
Had just finished, and some of the
like,
flight
we need your help,
attendants
we
had
need your
taken to
help.
their bunks to rest before
You're
they
like,
descended
what's going
into
on?
Perth. But the problems which had started in the cockpit were soon about to wreak havoc on the rest of the plane. Captain Sullivan disconnected the autopilot. Without basic information like speed and altitude, he didn't trust the autopilot to control the plane safely. With his left hand on the side stick and his right hand on the thrust levers, he kept the plane flying at 37,000 feet.
It's not designed to be flown manually up there. You can. You just have to be careful. It's very, very minute corrections, but it's very twitchy up there.
He was using the standby instruments and the first officer's displays to manage his speed and altitude, something he likened to driving from the passenger's seat. No matter how often the first officer tried to silence the alarms, they kept blaring. The atmosphere inside the cockpit was stressful and confusing. The pilot's training for emergencies was extensive,
from Los
but
Angeles
they had
to
never
Riga via
encountered
Copenhagen.
or even heard of a situation
29
like
hours
this.
and 10 minutes.
They were now
time.
truly in
Scandinavian
uncharted
350
territory.
or Baltic
So
Air
now we're left in the
220
dark, and
at
we're in
15
no man's
hours
land
and 5
of
minutes
automation
layovers at
failure
Copenhagen.
because
Yeah, I
we
was
can't
5 years
interact.
old.
The plane's not communicating with us.
The
What's it
A350
gonna do
and
next?
A220s
The
weren't
pilots were
around in
confused,
2005 though.
but the plane's computers were even more confused. Even though there was nothing wrong with the plane physically, the computers believed it was in extreme danger. Thankfully, it was daytime outside, and the pilots could clearly see that the aircraft was flying safely. Other crews who experienced similar issues over the years were not so lucky. But Flight 72's luck was now about to run out. Suddenly, the nose of the plane dipped slightly. The first officer, who was in the forward galley, felt a strange vibration through the floor and heard the engine power decrease. The captain grabbed the controls tightly.
Was
As soon as I
probably
felt that, I
A330
put
on the
my
long
hand
leg?
the
Yeah,
stick,
probably.
didn't move it, just had it there because it wasn't turbulence, it wasn't anything I had done, but the tail had just dipped a little bit.
Then, all of a sudden, the aircraft violently pitched down. The captain was nearly lifted out of his seat, restrained only by his lap belt. Both pilots braced themselves against the glare shield as the plane lurched down. Heavy manuals and charts beside the second officer began to float up around him as the plane entered zero gravity. He swatted them away towards the back of the
nice
cockpit.
whisper.
Captain Sullivan was pulling fully back on his side stick, desperately trying to pull the plane out of its dive. But the plane wasn't responding.
We're going down, I'm pulling back, nothing's happening. Now I go, well, we're in trouble.
In the cabin, passengers and flight attendants who were not strapped in were flung to the ceiling, their heads smashing through the plastic paneling.
Yes, no, this is scary,
Passengers
bro.
screamed as they were pinned to the ceiling, along with luggage and meal trays. The terrifying sight of the blue Indian Ocean filled the pilot's windscreens. The captain was helpless to stop the dive. If this continued, he and his 314 passengers and crew would soon be dead. Faced with this terror, Sullivan desperately searched his mind for a way out. He had to wrestle back control of the plane somehow.
Maybe trim?
He had a flashback to his days flying fighter jets, and an old trick occurred to him. He did the most counterintuitive thing possible and neutralized the controls. But this did nothing. The plane was still on a collision course with the ocean.
Just about to cross the Bahamas now?
Trying
Nice
intensely
whisper.
to overcome the adrenaline coursing through his body, the captain
Yeah, you
began
shouldn't be
making
that far
small
behind
movements
us.
on the side stick, trying to coax the nose up. And finally, it worked. The nose started to rise. The computers which had locked him out were now letting him back in. But Captain Sullivan knew that behind him, passengers were still pinned to the ceiling from the G-forces. If he pulled up too quickly, they would come
Fall
crashing
hurt.
back down to the floor. He carefully pulled back on his side stick, slowly raising the nose. The plane had dropped almost 700 feet in just a few seconds.
Oh man.
But when it started to level out, the passengers were slammed back to the floor. Gingerly, the captain started to climb his crippled aircraft back to 37,000 feet. Both pilots were stunned. Second Officer Hales asked what the hell had just happened. The captain knew that there was only one possible culprit: the Prim. Prim is the name Airbus gives to the primary flight control computer. These are the computers that mediate between the pilot's inputs on the controls and the control surfaces themselves, on the wings and the tail.
On an Airbus, there are no mechanical connections between the pilot's control stick and the control surfaces. Who's moving those control surfaces? It's the flight control computer. That's the Prim.
For some reason, one of these computers had decided to send signals to the tail of the plane without any input from the pilots. They had also decided to ignore the captain's commands to stop the tail from moving. The Prim had developed a mind of its own, and it appeared to be determined to send the plane into the ocean. Why the plane's computers would do this was a complete mystery, and, worryingly, this meant that there was no telling whether it would happen again. Rattled, the captain temporarily handed over control to the second officer so that he could put on his shoulder harnesses. It was beginning to look like he would need them. In the passenger cabin, it looked as if a bomb had gone off. Luggage, meal trays, and people were strewn everywhere. Bottles of red wine had smashed, their contents pouring out over the cabin.
Yet they
like
want
pools
single
of blood.
pilot operational law. What did you?
Some
that's what I'm
passengers
saying.
had been seriously injured. with
It's
broken
impossible.
limbs, while others had been knocked unconscious by their violent
You
collision
can't.
with the roof of the plane.
It's too unsafe.
Throughout the cabin, people were
You always
screaming
need
and moaning.
multiple people at
In
the
the front
controls.
galley, First Officer Pete Lipstead had hit the floor hard when the plane pulled out of its dive. He was hurt, but still conscious.
If the ejection seats were fitted for the
Perfect
passengers
example of
and
computer
the crew,
malfunction. Exactly.
it would have been fireworks. People would have just been ejecting themselves out of that plane because it was hell.
Captain Sullivan took control again, once he had strapped himself fully in. Both pilots' bodies were surging with adrenaline after the life-threatening dive. They had tunnel vision, and were intently scanning their instruments, looking for some clue as to what their deranged jet was doing. This electrified state of mind and body, known as the fight or flight response, may have been helpful tens of thousands of years ago in the ancestral environment,
RJ70.
but in the cockpit of a modern
nice.
passenger aircraft, it would only hinder the pilot's performance. They now needed to fight back against their own bodily reactions so that they could manage this deadly situation. 315 lives hung in the balance.
I got very angry, and I channeled that anger into action. I don't go crazy, I just use that energy for higher workload.
Captain Sullivan encouraged Hales to take some deep breaths. Both pilots took a few seconds to do this, and then Hales made a PA, telling the passengers to be
this guy
seated
reminds me of
immediately.
Captain Steve.
The ECAM was lit up with amber fault messages.
My gosh.
Maybe, the pilots hoped, they would be able to prevent a reoccurrence if they could just get through all of these alerts. Hales began dealing with them one by one, while the captain continued flying the plane. The pilot's workload was immense. Even on a good day, this would be a lot of issues to be dealing with. But without being able to use the autopilot to ease his workload, Captain Sullivan had to split his attention between flying the aircraft by hand at 37,000 feet and monitoring his colleague as he reconfigured the aircraft's countless crippled systems. At the same time, Hales had to split his attention between carrying out the ECAM actions and making sure the captain was flying the plane safely. And, amid all of this, the computerized warnings continued to blare. The cockpit was a hellscape, loud, distracting, and confusing, with paper manuals strewn everywhere, and no indication as to what was actually happening.
Damn.
As the captain continued climbing back to cruise altitude, the second officer reached a critical point in one of the checklists. It involved resetting Prim 3, one of the plane's primary flight control computers. To check that this was safe to do, the pilots would need to consult one of their paper manuals, but these were strewn all over the cockpit floor, as if to mirror the chaos in the aircraft's systems. The captain grabbed his version from beside him, and handed it over to his colleague. Resetting the prim computers is a procedure that pilots had practiced before in the simulator. Now, they were about to see how closely reality matched their training. Second Officer Hales read the checklist out loud, including its various cautionary messages and caveats. And then, with a nod from the captain, he reached up, raised the guard which covered the switch, and reset it. Immediately, the stall warning stopped, and finally, there was peace in the cockpit. It was 12:45 p.m. Perth time, and the plane was now back at 37,000 feet. For the first time since the emergency began, some semblance of normality had returned. All the pilots needed now was for the first officer to return to the cockpit,
What is it, like
so that they could all formulate a plan
6,
together.
7 hours? 7, 8 hours?
While they waited, the captain opened the flight control system page on the ECAM to see whether these systems were functioning normally.
Yes, no, I agree.
According to the
But
computers,
their
everything
situation
was
is
in the
weird
green.
because they're over water right now.
Things were
so
beginning
they
to
would
look
have
up
to
for Flight 72.
probably continue on to Australia.
Stalled. But suddenly, the stall warning sounded again. The passengers screamed as the engines spooled down, just like they did before the last dive. And then it happened. The nose dipped for a second time. Sullivan pulled back fully on his side stick, but again, the aircraft wouldn't listen. Both pilots were lifted up and pressed against their shoulder straps as the plane, travelling at 800 kilometers per hour, began powering towards the ocean. For the second time, passengers were lifted out of their seats and propelled into the ceiling. Glasses smashed and bags and rubbish began floating in mid-air. The aircraft's deranged computers seemed hell-bent on driving everyone on board straight into the Indian Ocean.
Holy crap, bro.
The first officer was still in the forward galley, holding on for dear life. He needed to get back into the cockpit to find out what was going on. Again, the captain released his grip on the controls, and then, gradually, began making small backward movements on the side stick. After an almost 400-foot drop, the plane started to respond. Gradually, Sullivan pulled the nose up. He was trying to be as delicate as possible. Any sudden movements, and he would seriously injure the unrestrained passengers. As the plane recovered, everyone in the passenger cabin who had been lifted up was once again thrown back to the floor. The cabin was now in even more disarray than it had been a few moments ago. This was a dizzying, disorientating, and terrifying roller coaster. Nobody on board knew what was happening. Up front, the two pilots were rattled.
The automation acted violently and erratically, and we couldn't interact. And that's the science fiction scenario. It's, iRobot. We were passengers, just like the people that had paid money to sit in the back.
The captain again encouraged the second officer to take deep breaths, holding them in for a few seconds to subdue their body's startle response. This was a fight to the death, and they had to be on their A game.
Damn, bro. Flying
As
death
Sullivan
machine
continued
right
to climb
here.
back to 37,000 feet, he noticed that the trim wheel, which normally moves automatically to relieve him from constantly needing to pull back during a climb, wasn't moving. This was strange. The aircraft he was flying had now been reduced to a level of automation similar to the 1950s era planes he had been trained on, back when he had first learned how to fly. This aircraft was seriously sick, and what little automation was still working was trying to kill everyone on board. The captain moved the trim wheel back manually as he climbed back up to cruise altitude, making a mental note of how very degraded his aircraft had now become. The faults which had appeared on the ECAM the first time round now appeared again. It seemed that resetting the computers had achieved nothing. The stall and overspeed warnings continued to blare, and the pilots had now become sickened by the dreadful powerlessness of their predicament. As the first officer worked through the error messages again, he saw the most ominous one of all. Prim 3, the flight control computer that had failed the first time, had failed again.
Oh, man.
The ECAM was telling the pilots to reset the system. The two men looked up at the switch, which is now displaying its fault light. They looked over at each other. The last time they pressed this button, the plane had gone berserk. The second officer had his finger ready to press the switch, and asked the captain to confirm that he should press it. "No, don't f with it," said Sullivan. This was one switch which was better left where it was.
And it's like, no, don't reset it now. It's like, I gave that dog a bone and it bit me. Yeah. I'm not going to give that dog a bone anymore.
By this point, the captain decided that he needed to reassure the passengers that he and his fellow pilots were still alive, functional, and fighting against their deranged aircraft. Sullivan made a quick PA to this effect and told the passengers to stay strapped in. But just as the pilots thought that their situation couldn't get any worse, the alert chime sounded, and the master caution light lit up. The pilots looked at the ECAM and saw an amber warning message, which then disappeared as soon as they caught a glimpse of it. Then another chime, and another alert which disappeared before their eyes. Then another, and another. Their plane was now having a complete meltdown. The pilots couldn't trust a thing their computers were telling them.
Like I was doing, looking at the instruments, like what's going on? The things that I could look at weren't giving me the answers I needed.
To cancel out all of the warnings, Second Officer Hales pressed the emergency cancel button on the forward pedestal. But nothing happened. He pressed it again, and again. But still, the warnings continued.
Yeah, bro, this airplane
the system
acting
too
up like crazy.
Was computer controlled, and it was just as confused as the rest of the aircraft. The very systems which had been so meticulously designed to help the pilots had now become their worst enemy.
Jeez, bro.
The plane was still 2 hours from Perth at this point. Keeping it in the air for that long was a terrifying prospect. One more dive, and it might be their last. The pilots again called the first officer back to the cockpit. They desperately needed all the help they could get to manage their impossible situation. Within moments, the first officer burst into the cockpit after the captain granted him entry. He scrambled into his seat, swapping out with the day's second officer Hales. Lipset told the other two pilots about the abysmal condition of the passenger cabin and said he thought that he had broken his nose, which was now turning red. But that problem could wait. With the two most experienced pilots now sitting at the controls of Flight 72, they needed to devote all of their attention to the task at hand.
Yeah, what would be the closest airport?
Captain Sullivan filled the first officer in on the situation, while alarms rang out in the background. He told him that the dives were computer generated, and that he couldn't stop them with his controls.
That's quite difficult, again, for him to come in, regardless of his experience, to sit down and now immediately be able to function. He can't, because he doesn't know what's happened. And basically, I said, the plane pitched down, I tried to stop it, and I couldn't. And, it's like, what?
Lipset suggested that they declare an emergency to air traffic control and divert to Learmonth, a military airfield about 150 kilometers from their current position.
Yeah, I'd go there.
Sullivan agreed. The computers could send the plane into another dive at any moment. They needed to get on the ground as soon as possible. However, the captain disagreed with Lipset that they needed to declare a mayday. He decided that they would declare a PAN instead. A PAN is the international signal that a flight has a serious issue, but that the plane and the lives of its occupants are not at immediate risk. A mayday, on the other hand, tells the ground that there is a serious threat to life and that emergency assistance is required. The captain was not yet aware of the full extent of the injuries to the passengers. He needed more information before he could justify declaring
I don't really
mayday.
agree with
First Officer Lipset called Melbourne Air Traffic Control and advised them that they were experiencing flight control problems, that passengers had been injured, and that they needed to divert to Learmonth. The controller cleared them down to 35,000 feet and gave them permission to go directly to Learmonth. All the other pilots on the same frequency immediately wondered what could be happening. Flight control problems which were bad enough to injure passengers were a serious issue. Something big was unfolding out over the northwest tip of Australia. Captain Sullivan told the second officer to ask for an assessment of the injuries in the cabin. If they were bad enough, he would have cause to declare a mayday, which would mobilise the full complement of emergency services. Meanwhile, he began turning the plane left towards Learmonth.
Well, yeah,
This was an unfamiliar airport
still
for the pilots.
flying it.
By chance, the captain had been there once before, for a day in 1981, when he was in the US Navy. But he hadn't landed there himself. This would be the first time that any of the flight crew had actually flown into the airport, They needed to find out what they could expect when they got there. How long was the runway? Which direction was it in? And what was the best way to approach it? Sullivan slowed the plane down to give the crew time to cobble together their approach charts and make a plan for their arrival. But at the same time, they would have to be fast. At any moment, the manic computers could strike
they don't
again.
have EFBs or nothing.
A perfect
these
balance
days.
had to be struck here. Spend too long preparing everything in the air, and the pilots would risk entering another death dive. But try and land too quickly, and the aircraft might throw some nasty surprises at them as they lowered the flaps and the gear. This was an unknown emergency, not covered in any of the manuals. The adrenaline in the cockpit was through the roof, but the pilots went about their duties professionally and methodically. This was the ultimate test of their skills, experience, and their ability to work under pressure.
Before we move on, I'm told it all the time. If you ever have an emergency or something, stay calm and don't let the airplane get ahead of you. Because if you panic, then you freak out and then the airplane gets way ahead of you, and that's when bad things happen. So even though you're in a terrible situation, you gotta think, okay, I gotta get myself out of this situation. So stay calm. Oh yeah, whisper, already on it. Aviate, navigate, communicate. Yep.
Pressure.
Yeah, perfect.
Flight 72 was now 80 kilometers from Learmonth,
I
and the
can't
pilots
stay
began
calm low. I
preparing
have
a plan for their
anxiety.
approach.
Anxiety.
As
Well,
the first
no, I
officer
don't
tried
think
to
you
put
can be a
Learmonth
pilot,
into his
man.
flight management computer, he found that it wasn't responding to his key presses.
I mean, that's the
This
thing,
meant
man.
that he couldn't get the airport to appear on his navigation display, nor could he work out the speeds and altitudes for their approach to the airport.
Damn.
Not for the first time today, the pilots were thrown back decades to the bygone days of visual navigation. They would
VFR
have to find
flying
the
in an
airport out their
A330.
windscreens and navigate to it that way. It wasn't that this was particularly dangerous, but it dramatically increased their workload and stress levels.
It was
at a
United
time when
1908,
they were
that's a
already close to
Skyfall.
breaking point. In the passenger cabin, the flight attendants who weren't themselves badly hurt were rushing around to help the injured. One of these was off-duty flight attendant Diana Casey, who had been heroically tending to the injured passengers, all while her husband protected her 2 daughters. She answered the second officer's call on the interphone, and for the first time, the pilots got a report of the injuries on board. There were broken bones, lacerations, possible spinal injuries,
Oh, dude.
and even passengers hanging half out of the
Guaranteed
ceiling
mayday.
after bursting through it during the last dive. Immediately, the pilots agreed that this called for a mayday declaration.
There we go. Perfect.
The first officer radioed air traffic control with their mayday, saying that they had a significant number of serious injuries on board.
Why dead
This
reckoning
activated a
navigation is
nationwide alert,
important. Oh
with
yeah.
emergency help coming in from
I
far
love
and
my
wide
nav
from the remote
logs.
airport of Learmonth.
I love them.
With their electronic charts not working, the pilots began looking for their paper charts, which were scattered across the cockpit floor. As the stall and overspeed alarms blared,
Skyfall, try
they
and speed
needed
up
to
a bit,
locate
'cause
the
you're kinda
approach charts
behind
for
us.
Learmonth amid the hundreds of pages in their massive folders. As the first and second officer did this, a new problem emerged, which the pilots noticed when their ears started popping. Lipset checked the cabin pressurization, and sure enough, the automatic system for controlling the cabin pressure had now failed too.
Holy crap, bro.
This meant that as the plane descended, the pilots would have to control the cabin pressure manually, constantly adjusting it so that the air stayed breathable. It was as if the automation was playing a deadly game of spinning
I'm going
plates,
to now.
handing the
I
pilots
was with
more
my
and more
Center.
plates
Okay, got you, Skyfall.
until they all came crashing down. Second Officer Hales volunteered to control the cabin pressure, while the other pilots dealt with navigating the stricken aircraft to the airport.
You see, that's good.
And setting it up.
They're
for
all
landing.
working together.
Amid the
They got it
cacophony of confusing
somewhat
alarms,
controlled right
Captain
now.
Sullivan had to rely on the old flying principle of aviate, navigate, and communicate to prioritize his tasks.
Oh, yeah.
If he could keep this mantra running in his head, he would be able to stay on top of the most important items while preventing the less urgent tasks from distracting him. But in order to prioritize his tasks, he first had to know what the aircraft's problems even were. Sullivan and Lipset methodically stepped through the almost innumerable items appearing on the ECAM, making a note of each one. But with the state their plane was in, was it possible that there were some problems that the computers weren't telling them about? The last thing the crew wanted was a nasty surprise on final approach. Lipset used the satellite phone to call the Qantas maintenance unit in Sydney. The A330, being a modern aircraft, constantly streams data to the airline's home base. If there were additional problems not being shown to the pilots, perhaps this maintenance unit could see them.
Ah.
As Lipset called Sydney, Second Officer
Technologia.
Hales had found the charts for the airport. Now, he would be able to help his colleagues plan their approach. His assistance would be vital as the plane descended towards the airport. Learmonth had no air traffic control, which meant that the pilots basically had to be their own controllers. They had to look out for other air traffic and alert them to their own presence as they made their way in. All three pilots were carrying out their own duties, while at the same time keeping an eye on each other.
I had to delegate. Peter used his initiative, Ross used his initiative, and we would separate and come together. And this was our CRM, which is pretty amazing for something like this. How can I help? How can I unload the captain? What else can I do to enhance our operation? They're working independently. We come back together. We talk about things. We go back again. It's pretty special to be able to do that.
All right, sounds
this
good.
Was teamwork at its finest, but teamwork
Whisper.
alone would not get the plane down safely. At the back of Captain Sullivan's mind, now creeping its way forwards, was the possibility that, low to the ground,
crew
the plane
resource
would pitch
management.
down
Oh
again.
yeah.
This was the nightmare scenario. On final approach, the plane wouldn't have enough altitude to recover from a dive. Sullivan needed to minimize the chances that this would happen, but if it did happen, he needed to somehow maximize the chances of recovering from it. For that, he was betting on a last resort technique he learned as a fighter pilot, which we'll see in a moment. At this point, Captain Sullivan told his colleagues to pause what they were doing. He was now going to brief them on his plan. It was vital that each pilot was on the same page. As the plane got closer to the airport, their workload would increase exponentially, as would the consequences of another upset. Sullivan's plan was to enter a holding pattern above the airfield, and to gradually descend to an altitude of 10,000 feet. There, the pilots would extend the flaps, just as they would normally do at a much lower altitude for landing. With the flaps extended, Sullivan would check the controllability of the plane, turning it left and right, and ensuring that nothing unexpected happened. If all went well, the pilots would continue their descent, and carry out an approach and landing on runway 36, the northerly runway at Learmonth. The other two pilots agreed that this was a good plan. The seriousness of their situation hit home again, as if it wasn't already clear enough. The ground was their enemy, and yet it was where they had to go. Things were now about to start happening really quickly. Captain Sullivan updated the passengers on his plan, letting them know that he was aware that there were serious injuries on board.
These are some really good pilots right here, man.
As soon as possible. As the captain made this address, the first officer was flying the plane. He began announcing the flight's intentions to other aircraft over the radio. Without air traffic control to watch them or hear them, the pilots
Have you
were
seen the
responsible
new
for
next
maintaining
level
their own
racing flight
separation
simulators?
with
Yeah,
other
bro.
aircraft.
Bro, but that price?
The plane was now over.
I don't know.
And the
Way too
captain
much.
began circling. He kept the runway in view out his left-hand side. Without any electronic maps to help him, this was the only way he could see where the airport was. To the passengers, the runway was a reassuring sight, but still so high above it, they had the terrible sense of being so close and yet so far. Yet that very thing, being so far, was exactly what the pilots needed for the next step in their plan. Captain Sullivan was now about to test how the aircraft flew with the flaps extended. If something were to go wrong, it was much better that this happened at 10,000 feet than at 1,000 feet on final approach. The master caution chime continued to ring. It took incredible concentration for the crew to continue ignoring this alarm, which, throughout their training, they were told to treat with utmost importance. First Officer Lipset continued pressing the emergency cancel button, but it was as useless as ever. Sullivan made the odd joke to his colleagues, trying to keep morale high, but there was no denying the gravity of their situation. While the captain had his hands full with the aircraft, the first officer continued multitasking. He was speaking to maintenance over the satellite phone, he was providing headings and altitudes for the captain to follow, he was broadcasting the plane's location to other aircraft on the frequency, and, at the same time, he was monitoring the aircraft's distance from a ground-based radio beacon to keep track of the plane's position. Seeing how much Lipset had on his plate, the captain decided that it was time to take some of it off. he made the finger across the throat signal to his colleague, signaling that he should end the call with maintenance. They weren't going to be able to fix their problems at this point. All three pilots
Yeah, man, you
had
don't
to
want to
have
waste
their full
more
attention
time
on
trying
the
to
task
work on it.
now
Just
at
get on
hand.
the ground as soon as possible.
First Officer Lipset began listing off the inoperative systems to the captain. The list was overwhelming. It would almost have been easier to list the things that were working. And in fact, that's what Captain Sullivan did. He reminded himself that despite all of these inoperative systems, he still had working engines, landing gear, and 3 working pilots. And those pilots would be pushed to their limits on landing. For one thing, they wouldn't be able to use the full flap setting, which meant that their approach speed would be higher than normal. Second, the automatic braking, which applies the wheel brakes automatically on landing, wasn't working either. That was okay, the captain could just apply the brakes manually, but he would have to be careful. His plane was heavy. If he braked too hard on landing, the tires could deflate or explode.
Yeah.
On top of that, some of the spoilers on the wings, which helped the plane slow down on landing, weren't working. All of this meant that the plane would use up a lot more runway than usual. However, thankfully, the runway at Learmonth
Yeah, I was going to say
long.
it's a long runway.
Barring any nasty surprises, Sullivan should be able to bring the plane to a stop. Just to double check, Second Officer Hales input all of these limitations into the pilot's so-called performance laptop, which would calculate the plane's stopping distance down to the meter. He was able to confirm what the crew had hoped.
They got a sim brief
Even
perf
with its
right there.
faults, the plane had ample room to stop.
Oh,
The first officer ran the calculation on the laptop himself too, just to triple check. And sure enough, the A330 would be able to stop on
And
the runway.
another thing about the A330 is it comes in
But with
slow.
all of this discussion about landing distances and inoperative systems,
I mean, even
the
though
pilots
if
were
they're
somewhat
landing with
getting
like
ahead of
flap 3 or
themselves.
2.
Now approaching 10,000 feet, it was time to see how the plane would behave at lower speeds with the flaps extended, just like the plane would be set up when coming in to land. The captain stopped the plane's descent as he reached 10,000 feet, and asked the first officer to extend the flaps to the first notch. The 3 pilots watched the ECAM anxiously as it signalled the extension of the flaps.
Oh wow.
Captain Sullivan held his side stick tightly, readying himself for another pitch down. But after a few seconds, all was well. The flaps were now at their first notch, and the plane was flying normally. The pilots breathed a collective sigh of relief. But it wasn't over yet. Lipset moved the flap lever to the second notch. Again, the pilots waited. And again, all appeared normal. The captain then needed to check that the plane could maneuver properly at this speed and flap setting. He turned the plane to the left. And then, back to the right. There were no unusual movements in the side stick, and the plane was handling well. The aircraft was as ready as it would ever be to make its approach into Learmonth. Captain Sullivan asked his colleagues if they were ready too, and they were. Sullivan pushed the nose down and began descending. Meanwhile, Lipset set a target altitude of 3,000 feet on the autopilot panel. The captain would aim to be at this altitude 10 miles from the runway. The tension in the cockpit was increasing as the plane descended. If the aircraft nosed down now, it could spell disaster. Each pilot was scanning the instruments, looking for any sign that the plane was deviating from its flight path. The false stall warnings became even more concerning as the plane neared the ground. However unnerving they had been at altitude, a stall warning close to the ground can easily be a death sentence. The captain kept a close eye on the standby airspeed indicator, while the first officer monitored his airspeed indicator.
You know, it's very disconcerting to be on approach and the stall warning's going off. Is it real? Is it not? Have we missed something? It's like pulling the pin and sit on a hand grenade and sitting on it. And like, do I move? If I move, is that hand grenade going to go off? That uncertainty was huge.
At 27 minutes past 1 that afternoon, Captain Sullivan lined the plane up with runway 36 at Learmonth. They were on a 10-mile final at 3,000 feet. First Officer Lipset made a final broadcast to the other traffic in the area, alerting them that an A330 was now about to land at Learmonth. He then made an announcement to the passengers, telling them that landing was imminent and that they needed to follow the crew's instructions. In the cabin, some passengers were praying and others were crying. they could see out their windows how close to the ground the plane now was. In a few seconds, it would all be over. With the plane now closing in on the runway, the first officer warned the captain that his speed was high. Sullivan acknowledged this, but a high speed was exactly what he wanted and needed. If the plane's computers pushed the nose down now, a high speed would make the control surfaces more responsive. He would need that responsiveness to recover the aircraft. He also had a last resort technique he could draw on from his years of military flying. If the plane entered another dive, rather than trying to pull the nose up with the side stick, which hadn't worked previously, he would turn the plane onto its side and then stomp on the rudder to lift the nose. In other words, he would use the rudder as a kind of makeshift elevator. It was a risky maneuver, untested in a giant aircraft like the A330, but it was the plane's only hope. Sullivan's only hope was that he wouldn't have to use this technique.
That was a last ditch, like, if all else fails, I'm already thinking, this is the only other thing I can do. What else can I do?
Now getting close, the pilots lowered the gear. They watched anxiously as the gear extended and locked into place. They were one step closer to getting there. Lipset then armed the ground spoilers, which would help the plane stop on the runway. The tension was mounting as the plane got closer.
Welcome,
the ground
Dreamliner.
was the only place they could be safe, but at the same time, it was the very thing threatening to kill them if the plane pitched down again. The first officer lowered the third notch of flaps, and now the plane was fully configured for landing. The captain readied himself.
It sure is,
Adrenaline
Dreamliner.
was coursing through his veins, and he was poised to use all of it if the plane's nose dipped. He made minor corrections to the plane's pitch using the side stick, and to the power using the thrust levers. No words were spoken as the plane crossed the runway threshold. Only the sound of the stall and overspeed warnings filled the cockpit. The rear wheels touched down.
Wow.
Captain Sullivan applied the brakes and lowered the nose. In the back of the aircraft, the passengers erupted into cheers and applause. Flight 72 had landed. The pilots taxied the aircraft back to the apron and shut down the engines. But the ordeal wasn't over yet. This was a remote airfield with
What's
only
up,
2
Waidu?
ambulances and a volunteer fire truck coming up to meet the aircraft. Of the 315 people on board, 118 had been injured, many of whom seriously. In the hours that followed,
But
the
no
most badly
deaths.
injured passengers were airlifted to
It's
hospitals in
amazing,
Perth.
man.
Incredibly, given the sheer violence of the maneuvers and the extent of many of the injuries, everybody on board had survived.
Now that's a great crew of pilots right there.
But one question remained. What on earth had caused such a devastating loss of control? The A330 had an excellent safety record, one of the best of any airliner, and it had a whole host of modern systems to improve safety. But, as it turned out, it was exactly this modernness which spelled disaster on Flight 72. An extensive and incredibly detailed investigation into this accident was carried out by the Australian Transportation Safety Board. By forensically examining the aircraft's computers, they found that a glitch inside the CPU of one of the aircraft's computers caused them to generate a host of bad information, which was then fed to the other aircraft systems.
God dang Intel.
These led to the erratic readings
Imagine.
on the captain's airspeed indicator and altimeter.
Damn, bro.
as
Nah,
well
that's
as the flurry
crazy.
of ECAM warnings. Crucially,
When
one
I
consequence
got
of
to
this bad
Copenhagen,
data
I met my older
was that it
sister. Oh,
led the
really,
computers
Dimitri?
to interpret
Wow.
the aircraft's position as being 50 degrees
They better
nose
give
up
God
relative to
thanks.
the
Oh,
airflow.
100% Sna.
This
Yeah.
led the computers to push the nose down in
How
order
about
to save
yourself?
the
I
plane.
hope everyone who passed and is related to the crash
In
today
reality,
find
of course,
peace. Yeah, man.
the plane
Just
was flying
prayers
straight
for their
and level,
families, man.
And the computers ended up pushing it down towards the ocean. Remarkably, the initial cause of this glitch could not be determined. Everything from hardware faults to electromagnetic interference and even cosmic rays was examined by the investigation team. Nonetheless, in the days after the incident, Airbus came up with a procedure for pilots to carry out if they experienced similar warnings to those which had occurred on Flight 72. A number of other crews actually came across this same issue in the following months, and thankfully, each of them was able to carry out this new procedure before they entered a dive. The software in all A330s has since been modified so that this kind of junk data cannot lead to the violent maneuvers which took place on Qantas 72.
I saw your post. Good job on flying solo. Thank you, Dreamliner. Appreciate it, man.
But the recent crashes of 2 Boeing 737s due to software malfunctions shows that we're not out of the woods yet. With the dawn of a new age of automation on the horizon, thanks to recent developments in artificial intelligence, we have to wonder about how manufacturers like Airbus and Boeing will balance the safety benefits of such technology with the new risks they introduce.
Let's look at the world ahead. Automated vehicles, more automation in airplanes, artificial intelligence. This is our future, which is now. You might think it's easier, but now you're interacting with an exotic system that can fail in an exotic way. Is there a requirement to do it for safety, or is it for market share? I don't know.
If you'd like to watch the rest of my interview with Captain Sullivan, then you can join these people here and join the Patreon. And I've put the link to that just on the bottom of the screen here. Patrons on the channel get
what a video,
as well as early access to every video I make. And
holy
as well as that,
crap, bro.
Also, if you've watched a few of these videos, you'll know that I don't really do any plugs or anything at the end. But in this case, the captain has actually written a book about his experience, and I've put the link to that in the description as well. It's a fascinating story. It's quite personal and harrowing in parts, but there's loads of detail in it that I just couldn't capture in the 50 or so.
I want to see this book. 1 second. Oh, so this is the book. The story of automation on Qantas Flight 72. Damn. What a guy. Whoa, why is paperback so expensive? Damn. Oh my. Man, what a frickin' video, man. I mean, that's actually crazy. I mean, it proves to you to show that even with as much as advanced technology is nowadays, that there's still malfunctions in it, and not everything is perfect. And the thing that's pretty scary is that thing can turn on you. Like, if those pilots weren't aware of what was going on, I mean, that plane could have just dove right into the Indian Ocean and killed all of them. I mean, that is freaking insane. But wonderful pilots, man. That's why crew resource management is so important. Aviate, navigate, then communicate. I mean, staying ahead of the airplane. That's why, like, all that stuff matters so much, man. You're on a Ludix Aviation video? Oh yeah, there's a ton of them in the description, man. You look like VMT for some reason, no offense. What's VMT? Alright, let's see, how far out are we? We might have time for, oh, we're 399 out, so let's see. Yeah, we got time. You guys want to watch another? We can watch a shorter one. You guys want to watch another one? Guess what my older sister did to me hours after we met? Dimitri, if you're gonna say something like goofy, I'd say, like, be careful, bro. Alright, you guys want to watch another one? Why not? Why not? Let's see. Which one have we didn't watch? Should we watch this one? Why didn't he listen? Korean Air Cargo 8509? Or do we watch the full story of Flight 92? Which one? Out of these two, which one? They're both 26 minutes. Why didn't he listen to? Oops. Alright.
Flying an airliner is a complex task. It requires highly trained pilots working together to get hundreds of tons of metal and people safely into the air. The margin for error is small, and when
Whisper, I have no idea.
They can be catastrophic.
We can watch it tomorrow.
When things go well, this complexity looks like
tomorrow's
clockwork,
stream.
each of the components interlinking seamlessly and taking away the flight. The story of Korean Air Flight 8509 is a dark and complex one. Its cogs and wheels are psychological, technological, and even cultural. When the clockwork of this flight burst open just seconds after takeoff...
Oh, also, before we proceed with this video, that same airplane for Qantas Flight 32, Victor Hotel Quebec Papa Alpha, is still flying to this day. And I won't lie, if I was that pilot still flying for Qantas at this time, and I ever got a trip on this airplane, I'd tell him, I can't go. I can't go. No, thank you. I'd be like, this airplane tried to kill me. I'm no longer flying on it.
Off on December 22nd, 1999.
Look at a pic of VMT. You look like
in the aviation industry. Problems which would need to be reckoned with fast. This is the story of Korean Air Flight 8509.
I mean, the only thing that's a little different is
It
the
was
face
20
and the
minutes
hair,
past
but
7 in the morning
I mean,
at
I don't
Stansted
really look
Airport,
like him
just
that
northeast of
much,
London.
but...
As the airport slowly awakened to the day, 5,000 kilometers away in Tashkent,
you go live tomorrow?
Uzbekistan,
Yes,
a
we're
Korean
back
Air
tomorrow.
Cargo Boeing 747 was preparing for departure. On board were 2 pilots, a flight engineer, and 33 tons of cargo. The 19-year-old aircraft had just arrived in from Seoul in South Korea and would now be completing the final leg of its journey to the UK. It had received a clean bill of health at Tashkent, and the flight was
I love how
expected
this
to go
channel
off
uses
without a hitch.
Microsoft and X-Plane to give us
But we
a
wouldn't be
visual
starting the
perspective
story
of how
here.
these events
That's
occurred.
what ended up
Yeah,
happening.
man. Green Dot does an
Mere seconds
incredible
after
job on his
takeoff,
videos,
Things
man.
would start to go wrong on this flight.
She had me change from shirt
These
and
small
shorts to
imperfections in the
traditional
clockwork would
La
set in
Vie
motion
clothes.
a chain of events which would ultimately doom the aircraft and its crew.
Cool.
At 29 minutes
I
past
still haven't
12
seen your
local
face.
time, the captain lined the massive aircraft up in
Wait, you know what we can do?
left.
Let me go right here real quick. I'll go here.
Alright, boys and girls, welcome back to Ludic.
Yeah, you can just
Let's see, where is it?
go
Okay,
watch some of these videos.
Waiting for him to get out of the way. Right.
That's
If you're
me. You know,
joining
you can go and link in the description of the live stream. You know, we'll probably watch some tomorrow, maybe.
Left at Tashkent. The plan was to depart to the east into the wind, and then, shortly after takeoff, to do a 180-degree turn to head out west towards Europe. The captain pushed the throttles to take off thrust, and the heavy plane began accelerating.
Oh, those Pratt & Whitney's, golly.
Within moments, the aircraft took to the sky.
Welcome to the sky.
As the captain climbed, he
What's
used
the
this
video
instrument
called?
here to ensure that he
Just
was
search up
putting the aircraft
Ludix
in the correct
Aviation.
position.
LEWDIX. It's also in the description of the live stream, Cooper. So
as the name suggests,
if you just
it
hit
tells
more,
the pilots their attitude, that is, their orientation
you'll see
with
it
respect to
all the way at the
horizon,
bottom.
how
There's a
much they're
ton of
pointing
videos
up
there.
or down. This symbol here represents the plane, its nose here, and its wings here, while in the background, blue represents the sky and brown represents the earth. Right now, as the aircraft climbed, its wings were level and its nose was about 15 degrees above the horizon. If the plane was turning to the right, it would look like this. To the left would look like this. 10 degrees nose up looks like this, and 5 degrees nose down looks like this. At night or in clouds, pilots can't see anything out their windows, and they rely entirely on this instrument to tell the orientation of their aircraft. For this reason, the ADI is extremely important, so there are 3 of them in the cockpit, one for the captain, one for the first officer, and one backup. Each of them operates entirely independently, so that a failure in one has no effect on the others. Shortly after takeoff, as the plane passed 1,000 feet, the captain began a gentle turn to the right. But as he turned, something strange happened. As the aircraft rolled past 15 degrees of bank, the captain's ADI froze. He was still holding his control column to the right, and he could see out the window that his plane was clearly still banking further. But his instrument had apparently stopped registering the bank. He checked the standby ADI and the first officer's ADI, and both of these were correctly indicating the aircraft's bank. It wasn't
Appreciate
just the
it,
captain who
Dimitri.
had noticed this issue.
Thank you, man.
The aircraft itself continuously compares each of the ADIs, and it had registered a disparity between the captain's instrument and the other two instruments. It put up a flag in front of the captain's ADI, and an owl warning sounded, indicating that there was a disagreement between the instruments. Following the standard operating procedure for this exact situation, the captain handed over control to the first officer, who then began flying the aircraft. As the first officer continued the turn west, the captain began troubleshooting the problem. In an aircraft like the 747, the ADIs receive their information from a system of gyroscopes and accelerometers called INUs, or Inertial Navigation Units. There are 3 INUs on board: INU-1, INU-2, and, as you'd expect, INU-3. Normally, the captain's ADI receives data from INU-1, the first officer's ADI receives data from INU-2, and the standby ADI takes data from INU-3. The captain could see that the standby ADI and the first officer's ADI were matching. It was only his own which was giving a different reading. So, their INUs were likely working correctly, while his own was probably faulty. If he wanted to get his ADI working, he would need to feed it data from one of the correctly working INUs. So, he switched his instrument to its alternate source, using this switch here, the compass stabilization switch. This caused the data to come not from INU-1, which was faulty, but from INU-3. Within 5 seconds of him flicking this switch, the captain's ADI began working properly again, and the warnings went away. As the first officer rolled out onto a westerly heading, the captain took back control and continued climbing the aircraft. After nearly 2 decades of flying and over 15,000 flights, this aircraft wasn't exactly brand new. Problems like this, although serious, were hardly a shock to the crew. What mattered on this departure was that they dealt with the situation in a calm and systematic manner. This was their role in the system, after all, to use their training to quickly and safely fix the issues which were bound to emerge when operating a complex machine. Once the plane was in the cruise, with the autopilot on, the captain began testing out the system to see if the issue persisted. He turned the switch back to the normal position. For a while, it appeared to be working, but that was only because the plane wasn't making any turns. As soon as the plane began making heading changes en route, the crew noticed that it was simply frozen at wings level. Interestingly, it had no problem telling how much the nose was pointing up or down.
Are you watching the first video of when I've doing some landings?
It wasn't the ADI itself that was faulty.
I was just trying to adjust the seat, but it wasn't working.
The inertial navigation unit.
Keep on moving.
The captain turned the switch back to the alternate position, and again his instrument began taking data from INU-3. For the remaining 7 hours, the flight progressed as normal across northern Europe, with the switch in the alternate position.
Okay, so they just turned off one of the INUs, right?
At 5 minutes past 3 local time, the 747 touched down at Stansted. The pilots parked up at the gate and shut down the aircraft. It would be too much to say that disaster had been averted. There was no reason that a problem with one of the aircraft's 3 attitude direction indicators should cause an accident. But aviation is a complex system. Every component part is linked to every other part, if not by direct connection, then only by a few degrees of separation. We're about to see exactly how a fault with one of those components can propagate across the others, and eventually stress the system to breaking point. But first, I want to say a quick word about this video's sponsor, Opera. Opera's new web browser is really a breath of fresh air in what has become a pretty stagnant browser space. Unlike a lot of today's browsers, it's free, it's fast.
Sorry, not sponsored.
Now, let's get back to the video. Once the pilots had parked up at the gate, the captain returned the compass stabilization switch from alt to norm. As part of his duties after shutting down the aircraft, the flight engineer recorded the malfunction in the technical logbook, which included a reference code and the phrase, "Captain's ADI, ATT display not reliable, has gyro flag in view, display OK when alternate attitude selected." With that, the flight crew packed up their briefcases and headed towards the door, where the air stairs had now pulled up. They would be resting in London for the day, while another crew who had been staying at a hotel nearby would take the aircraft to its next destination of Milan. On their way out, the crew met a Korean Airlines ground engineer, Kim Il-suk. Despite usually being based in Moscow, Kim had to travel to Stansted because Korean Air didn't have permanent engineering support there. A similar situation existed in Milan. This meant that Kim would be staying on board for this next flight. His role at both Stansted and Milan will be to take
Dreamliner,
charge
absolutely
and coordinate
not.
with local mechanics to swiftly
I'll never
fix any
stream
issues that had arisen
Project
during the
Flight
previous
Sim,
flight.
bro.
As the outgoing crew was leaving the aircraft, the flight engineer told Kim about the issue with the captain's ADI. He also mentioned that the problem was resolved when the captain switched the attitude and compass stabilization switch to Alt. The flight crew then left for their hotel, with no idea that the first steps had now been made towards disaster. As the new crew for the flight to Milan made their way to the airport, Kim and the local engineer at Stansted began preparing the 747 for its flight. They did an extensive walk around of the aircraft, ensuring that the plane was physically fit to fly, and they also supervised the cargo loading and refueling. Once this was done, they headed to the cockpit to sort out the issue written in the tech log. This is where things started to go wrong for Flight 8509. When Kim opened the tech log and read the entry from the flight engineer, he couldn't tell what the code the flight engineer had written referred to. To find out exactly what it meant, he would need to get hold of an engineering manual known as the FIM, or Fault Isolation Manual. But since there was no permanent Korean maintenance outstation at Stansted, there was no FIM for the aircraft there. Kim's personal copy was still in Moscow. This simple lapse would turn out to be crucial. That's because if Kim had managed to get a hold of the Fault Isolation Manual, he would have seen the procedure which instructed him to either replace INU-1, or if that wasn't possible due to a shortage of spare parts, to switch the captain's compass stabilization switch to Alt, as the captain had done on the previous flight. Instead, as Kim couldn't determine what the code meant, he had nothing to go on but what the flight engineer had written. Kim decided to remove the ADI and check for loose connections or corrosion. While he got to work doing this, the incoming crew made their way over to the aircraft, and it was an experienced crew. The captain for the incoming flight was Park Duk-kyu. At 57 years old, he had over 13,000 flying hours, more than 8,000 of which were on the Boeing 747. Before joining Korean Air, Captain Park had flown fighter jets for the South Korean Air Force. It was not uncommon for pilots at Korean Air to come from a military background, and Captain Park's career was similar to that of many of his colleagues. As a result of this, military culture was deeply ingrained within Korean Air at all levels. This culture would go on to play a vital role in the outcome of Flight 8509. The first officer was 33-year-old Yoon Ki-sik. Yoon was a new hire with just 1,400 hours in total, only 200 of which were on the 747. This made him vastly less experienced than Captain Park. Before starting on the 747, he had flown the Fokker 100, a much smaller aircraft. The jumbo jet was something of an adjustment, and despite being fully qualified to fly it, he was still very much learning the ropes. Accompanying the two pilots was 38-year-old flight engineer Park Hoon-kyu. Like the captain, he was highly experienced, with over 8,000 total flying hours under his belt, over half of which were on the 747. As the pilots settled in, the ground engineer had determined that a damaged connecting pin was the likely culprit of the captain's malfunctioning ADI. He enlisted the help of an engineer who was qualified to carry out the repair, and together they fixed the pin and reinserted the ADI into the instrument panel.
What is the best vid in your opinion?
Once this was complete,
are you talking about green
the first
dot?
officer then carried out a test of the instrument. Sure enough, when he pressed this
What's
test
up,
button
Beanie Baby?
here, the instrument went through its full range of motion.
How you doing?
All the way up and down,
welcome.
and to the left and right. All appeared normal. The test also checked whether the comparator warning was working, to determine whether the computers would notice if there was a disparity between the captain's and first officer's instruments. Naturally, the test showed that the comparator was working. But unbeknownst to the crew or the engineers, the test was a total waste of time. There had never been any problem with the ADI, nor with the comparator. The problem was entirely with the INU, which fed the ADI its data. It would turn fully left or right if the INU only told it to, but the INU was broken and incapable of doing that. All the test did was to show that the ADI could rotate freely, which it always could anyway.
The one coming out soon.
Without full knowledge of what had originally
That's what I'm gonna say.
The crew were now lulled into a false sense of security. As far as they knew, their instrument had been fixed. With that, the pilots made their final preparations for departure. Darkness was gathering, and in a few moments, the crew would be taking off from Stansted. Just
I'm at the
before
beach in
5:30,
Destin. I flew to
crew
Atlanta
completed
to
their
Destin
checks,
on the
and the
717.
plane
I
had been
took
loaded
off
with cargo
behind
and
4
fuel.
heavies, very bumpy, rocky
Its takeoff
takeoff.
weight would be over
I landed in a
£500,000,
thunderstorm and saw lightning on final.
68,000 of which.
What a
was fuel.
flight, Beanie Baby.
After a delay, flight 8509
How was the flight on the
finally issued
717
clearance
though?
to Milan. The journey
Did
was
you fly
scheduled to
nice?
take 2 hours. By now, the crew had missed their original departure slot, and the pushback team originally assigned to their flight was attending to another aircraft. With the clock ticking, the pilots had to wait another 30 minutes before a pushback crew became available. At 6:15, the tow bar was connected, and the massive aircraft began its pushback away from the stand. Finally, the plane
What's up,
was on
that
its way.
aviation guy? Welcome, welcome.
But just as the crew
Bumpy,
thought
I
their
felt
problems
sick.
were
Oh
over,
no, man.
there was a call from the ground crew. They could push the heavy 747 no further. The pushback tug lacked the power needed. Due to the 747 now being between the stand and the taxiway, the crew were unable to taxi to the runway from the current position.
I was just ending stream after
As a
diverting to
result, they
LAX.
had to
Really?
wait
What
for
happened?
a marshaller to guide the plane.
What
This
happened?
call
What happened with ours?
It's like a mix of both. There's literally nothing wrong with the computer. I have to use my aileron trim.
Release Center Southwest 36
I'm not going to trim the aileron.
right.
Because, I mean, this is just not working out, dude.
What, it wasn't flying? No autopilot? He had to hand fly it?
Yep.
Oh, no way.
Oh my god, it is. I'm looking at my Volanta pad. Oh gosh.
Right, 240 to intercept the racing signal.
No way.
There we
Damn.
go. Reversers up.
And greased it for the diversion.
There we go.
Wait, so autopilot was just not working at
That
all?
was the sketchiest arrival we've ever had. Here, reversers out.
Dang.
Rover, there was a call from the ground crew.
717 should be Jackson Island. Dreamliner, no one cares about Jackson, bro. I hate to
They
tell
could
you,
push the
man.
heavy 747 no further.
A 717
The
can
pushback
do
tug
whatever
lacked
route
the
they
power
want,
needed.
bro.
Due
Damn,
to
that's
the
unfortunate for
747
ours,
now being
man.
between the stand and the taxiway,
That sucks,
the crew
bro.
were unable to taxi to the runway from the current position. As a result, they had to wait for a marshaller to guide the plane. This caused a further delay.
Next
It
stream
was
for
almost as
you,
if
Midway,
fate itself was
Atlanta,
intervening, trying to
Destin
prevent the plane from
717.
departing.
Bro, that captain sim, I'll never fly that. I'm good.
But at 25 minutes past 6, fate let up. Flight 8509 was cleared to taxi to runway 23 at Stansted. As far as the crew were concerned, the clockwork was running slowly.
So the
They
guy
had no
fixed
idea that the problem lurking just beneath the surface
the thing,
was
right?
far more serious.
Or
And it
no?
had nothing to do with the faulty instrument, or the delays, or the weather. After all of the delays and the issues with the pushback tug, Captain Park was growing impatient. In between
Oh,
the first
man.
officer's radio transmissions
Get their
to air traffic
itis.
control, the captain began to admonish him. In one outburst, dissatisfied with the way Yoon was handling radio calls, Park said, "Make sure you understand what ground control
Oh,
is
he couldn't
saying
fix it,
before you
Whisper.
speak." In complete contravention of Korean Air's standard operating procedures, Park then began handling the radio work himself.
Beanie
while
Baby,
taxiing the aircraft. He had
I
now
would not,
taken
man.
the first officer out of the loop, taking on most of the work in the cockpit himself. This crew
What's up, Mr. Evan? Hello, hello.
As
How
if
you
that
doing,
wasn't
man?
enough, during
Welcome,
the taxi,
welcome.
when air traffic
How
control
was your
called the
badminton?
plane and the first officer didn't respond,
What airport
the
is your
captain
next
gave
flight
out
and
to
when
him
is
for
it?
failing to answer.
Tomorrow we're doing Newark
Yoon was
to
damned if he
Madeira.
did, and damned if he didn't. This
Yeah,
highly
tomorrow.
unpleasant working environment, caused directly by Park's attitude towards his inexperienced first officer, was a symptom of the high power distance culture prevalent in South Korean society. In the year 1998, a group of pilots from New Zealand conducted a safety audit
in
report
real
on
life,
Korean Air, which revealed significant issues with
Well, I have
the
a couple more flights
The report brought to light
with
a
Ludix,
pervasive
and
level
then
of
I'm flying
complacency, arrogance, and incompetence throughout all sections of the airline's flight
and then I'm
operations.
flying
Between 1970 and 1999, Korean Air had 16
what am I
aircraft incidents
flying?
and
Oh,
accidents, which
Orlando to
caused nearly
Providence for
700
Expo.
casualties. The report suggested that the airline's organizational culture.
Okay, I missed the whole thing. Nice unintentional face reveal on your IG. Beanie Baby. You know, there's like a channel here, you know, called Ludix Aviation. If you haven't noticed at all, you know, this is my instructor. For those who don't know, and it don't look in the description, there's like a couple videos, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 videos with me. So those are, you can watch those and you get a face reveal on your own.
The report brought to light a pervasive level of complacency, arrogance, and incompetence
But
throughout
yeah,
all
like I
sections of
even made the
airline's flight
post too, but
operations. Between
sure loves you.
1970 and 1999,
Hey man,
Korean Air
favorite
had
student, man.
16
Then use a
aircraft
face cam
incidents and
though.
accidents, which
Well, I
caused
only
nearly
have the one
700
camera for my
casualties.
control cam.
The report
So I'm using
suggested
it for
that the airline's organization
my control
culture,
cam
which
right
is
now,
heavily
but
influenced by South Korea's national culture, played a significant
I want to save
role
up
in these
for
incidents.
a better face cam.
As Flight 8509 taxied
The
out to the runway
expo
that
is in
evening, the worst
Dynamic
elements of
Chicago.
this
No, it's
culture
not. It's in
were on full
Providence, buddy.
display.
Already booked my
Captain
ticket.
Park continued to berate his less experienced first officer, who became increasingly resigned and less willing to challenge the captain for his mistakes or for breaking SOPs. It wasn't that the captain was having a bad day. The
See you,
attitude
baby.
he displayed was endemic within the airline. But then, another instrument started having problems. As the flight continued its taxi to the runway, Park noticed that his instrument, which showed the plane's distance to radio beacons, was displaying an incorrect value. The display should have read close to 0.
Why don't we
because
watch
the
Air
beacon
Crash
was at the
Investigation?
airport.
If
However,
you're talking about
it was
Air
displaying a
India,
distance of 399
we're not watching
nautical miles.
anything on Air India, man.
This was another source of frustration.
It's
for
too
the
early.
captain.
It's too
He
early,
needed
man.
to use his distance from that beacon to judge where he should take his first turn after takeoff. If his distance measuring equipment wasn't working, how would he know when to turn? The captain was especially concerned about this because there was an active noise monitoring program
Not
in
Air India,
operation
then
around
what?
Stansted Airport. If he strayed outside of the designated departure routing, his bosses back in Korea would receive a noise complaint, which would not reflect well on him. But there was a simple solution to this problem.
You have 26
According
likes.
to the pilot's charts, they could
Well,
use a different
like goals
beacon to
30.
guide their
So if you
turn.
guys haven't already,
Rather
hit the
than
like
relying
button.
on their
If
distance
you're new,
measuring equipment to start
hit the
the
like,
turn at a certain
hit
distance
the like
from
button
beacon,
and the subscribe button
they
as
could
we're going
begin
for
the turn
300
once they're
subs by
at a
the
certain
end of
direction
June.
from it.
I
All they
appreciate
would
it
need to
very
do
much.
is to tune their navigation radios to that beacon and turn at the point described on the chart. Perhaps this is something that the first officer
Evan, I'm
would have
banning you.
mentioned in a more positive working environment. But given how things had gone so far, what were the chances that the captain would be receptive to his mentioning this?
The Asian Airlines had an unhealthy
As the plane
hierarchy
approached
back
the runway,
then.
the flight
Crew
engineer
resource
provided
management
the
wasn't a
first bit
thing
of
for
good
them.
news for the crew.
Fortunately, it
The
has
instrument
changed
finally
the
appeared
past
to be
couple of
working.
decades.
This would be the last bit of good
Yeah,
news
man.
for Flight 8509.
They.
At 6:30,
I could
way
already
behind
tell
schedule,
this
air
captain
traffic control cleared the
is a
flight for
big
takeoff.
thing for get
The flight
theiritis.
engineer pushed the throttles to the takeoff position, and
What do
the
you say?
747 began
Nothing,
its
you
slow
don't gotta worry about
acceleration
it.
down the runway. In a few moments, the imperfections in the clockwork would all come together. There was no turning back now. The captain lifted the aircraft into the sky, and it disappeared into the low clouds over the airport. The first officer made the standard call-out as the plane passed 900 feet. But seconds later, the warning system that compares the two pilots' ADIs triggered. This indicated that there was more than a 4-degree difference between the captain's and the first officer's
Bro,
ADIs.
things doing the same
The problem
thing.
which the plane had suffered from on the last leg was back. But this time, for some reason, neither the pilots nor the flight engineer responded to the warning.
Oh my gosh.
At this point, the captain again said that his distance
Someone
measuring
in your
equipment
stream
was
is
not
named
working.
Balls. Yeah, I know.
He was fixated on this, determined to make the turn at the correct point, which was to be less than a minute after takeoff, 1.5 miles from the beacon. He confirmed with the first officer that the departure procedure required them to turn onto a heading of 158 degrees when they're 1.5 miles from the radio beacon. Again, the comparator warning sounded, this time for 1 second. But still, the crew did not respond to this alert. Their attention was focused entirely on the point at which they needed to begin their turn.
Jeez, bro, what pilots, man?
Assured that this point had come, the captain now began turning the aircraft to the left. Again, the comparator warning was triggered. This time, after a few seconds, the pilots cancelled the warning. But for some reason, they didn't investigate further. Was the captain's ADI showing a different reading than the first officer's? Given that they were in a turn,
I don't know,
to the
Balls,
ground,
Brent, I don't
now
know,
would
man.
be a good time to check. but the crew were distracted. Their focus was on the departure procedure and on trying to complete the turn successfully. They didn't notice the growing discrepancy between the captain's ADI and the first officer's. As Park rolled the 747 to the left, his ADI indicated that the plane was still flying with its wings level. Naturally, he believed his instrument, something all pilots are trained to do. It's not likely that he had ever encountered an ADI failure in his thousands of hours of flying. As a result, he continued holding his control column further and further to the left, in order to get the stubborn plane to roll. The first officer could see on his instrument that the plane was clearly already turning left, and that this turn was increasing. Even though the captain couldn't see outside,
communication
and hadn't yet
between
thought to
each other.
cross-reference his own instrument against the backup one, there was still a clue that something was off. His ADI might have been providing false information, but his flight director here was still working. As the aircraft headed past the desired track of 158 degrees, the flight director began to demand a bank to the right and a pitch up. Pilots were supposed to follow the flight director. In this case, the fact that it was giving Park instructions which were very different to the ones he expected, which was a turn to the left,
Oh, they're
should
just
have clued him
strict like
into the fact
that?
that something was amiss. But the captain ignored these cues. The 747 faithfully followed his control inputs and continued to increase its roll to the left. His ADI simply indicated that the plane was wings level. On this flight, it wasn't the captain who first noticed the problem, but the flight engineer. He had been closely monitoring the departure from his seat behind the two pilots, and he had noticed that according to the captain's ADI, the aircraft was not turning in line with his control inputs. He told the captain, "The bank is not accepting." The captain didn't respond.
Unbelievable.
When the aircraft rolled past 30 degrees of bank, the flight engineer made the standard call-out, "Bank, bank." This call was intended to bring the captain's attention to the standby attitude indicator, so that he could see that his own ADI had failed. But Park failed to do so. So hellbent was he on completing the departure procedure correctly, that he had begun to tune out everything else. Crucially, at no point did the young first officer, with a fully functioning ADI, challenge the captain's actions. He didn't respond to the comparative warning or to the flight engineer's warnings. It's possible that with just 195 hours on the 747, he was unaware of the significance of the comparative warnings. But what's more likely is that after being repeatedly berated by the captain for his incompetence earlier on in the flight, he did not wish to antagonize him further. Ironically, it was the captain's lack of faith itself in the first officer's competence which led to the first officer withdrawing and actually becoming a less effective pilot. Under normal circumstances, the right thing for the first officer to do would be to immediately alert the captain to the aircraft's extreme bank angle, and if that didn't work, he would have to take over control himself. The situation was now rapidly deteriorating. The aircraft was low to the ground, and its turn had gotten so sharp that it was beginning to descend.
Jesus.
Park was still holding his control column to the left, long after he should have let go, and still his ADI was indicating wings level.
Bro, you're telling
The plane
me
was now banking
that
past
the
45
first
degrees.
officer won't correct
Then
or
50.
nothing?
Then 60. As the bank angle approached 80 degrees, the 747's wings were no longer able to maintain lift, and the plane began to descend rapidly. Even now, with the aircraft screaming towards the ground, Park was fixated on ensuring that he had complied with the requirement
And
to commence a turn.
he doesn't even feel this turn?
He asked the first officer to request a radar vector from air traffic control.
Buddy.
But
Oh
you
my.
never got the chance to do this. The plane was now fully on its side, and its nose was pitching more than 30 degrees below the horizon. The sound of the wind rushing by the cockpit as it plunged towards the ground was only interrupted by the flight engineer saying, "Oi, bank." A split second later, the plane hit the ground.
Unbelievable.
There were no survivors. From takeoff to impact took just 56 seconds.
Jesus, oh my god.
Korean Air's response to this incident was profound. The airline completely modernized its crew resource management training program, which was the first time it had significantly updated it in almost 15 years. Never again would a power imbalance in the cockpit.
Now that
lead
is
to a crash.
insane.
But they didn't stop there. As well as this, Korean Air began training its pilots more often on unusual attitude scenarios and on instrument failures.
Unbelievable.
If the captain of Flight 8509 had recognized that his ADI had failed, even relatively late into the turn, he would have been able to recover the aircraft. The airline also made changes to how it did its maintenance, relying less on contractors and expanding its engineering bases so that it had permanent staff at nearly all of its destinations. Hundreds of other smaller changes were put into place over the following months and years, completely transforming the culture within the airline. The year 2024 marks the 25th anniversary of the loss of Flight 8509. It is thanks to these changes that in those 25 years, not a single Korean Airlines plane has crashed, causing fatalities.
Completely unacceptable.
This has been the trend in the industry more generally, which is why aviation continues to be, by far, the safest way to travel.
I mean, what a video, but we just watched from Qantas Flight 72, we just watched the best crew resource management to switching to that and seeing the worst crew resource management. That is the worst I think I've ever seen pilots communicate. Who cares if it's Asia and they might get reported or whatever? Dude, that's your life on the line. Imagine the captain's soul after be like, why didn't you tell, bro? Dude. Oh my. Flight engineer be like, excuse me, what? Bro, clearly had an ego. Get their itis. And how did bro ignore the fact that his attitude indicator was not working at all? That is absolutely unacceptable. Back then, the FO wouldn't dare counteract the captain. Man, if I looked, if my captain, let's say I'm FO, right? If the captain's attitude indicator showing steady, stable, like, you know, wings level, you know, nice, stable flight, and then I look on my side and we're banking 45 degrees to the left, I'm going to say something. And if we look at this one, we look at our secondary, and it's banking to the same one, who are we going to... Now, thankfully, with the Airbus, we have side stick priority. So, either way, I would know to recover. But, dude, who cares? That's your life on the line, man. I mean, that is unacceptable. Korean Air did change a lot after the accident. Well, I mean, they clearly did, because, I mean, at the end when Green Dot said that they changed all their, you know, requirements and, like, their training and stuff. The 747-800 is overrated. Yeah, it's a mid-airplane, man. Bro was scared of the higher ow on Korea. What do you mean, Sna? No, but that is completely wrong, man. Like, they could have easily got out of that situation by just saying, hey, you know we're turning? Or something, like. Or they could have just said, hey, your attitude indicator's, like, not working, bro. Like, how... You would expect, when you're turning left, you would look at your attitude indicator and see it turning left. If it's straight and level, bro, it's not working. And you didn't even look at his standby instruments or nothing, man. That is so ridiculous, man. The Western Airlines have been way better with crew resource management from fairly early on. Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, what? Qantas Flight 72 was 2008, and that one was, what, 1999, I think they said? So, not that long after. And look what Qantas 72 did. Saved 315 lives, man. I meant bro was scared of the higher ups in Korea. Yeah, but who cares, man? Like, if they wanted to do something, I'd be like, hey, well, you know what? Up yours, man. That's my life on the line. You're not flying the airplane, I am, you know? But man, that is unbelievable. Anyway, those two videos are already making us clear, or making us close to our top of drop. So let's go prepare for that. We're 58 miles out. So let's see, what were we doing into St. Thomas? So we'll be doing the ILS 10. Winds are favoring it pretty much. We got altimeter ones, or wait, they use, do they use? Okay, yeah, they use. So it's 3005 is what I'm getting right now. Temperature 28. Oh, pretty hot in St. Thomas at the moment. And winds right now are 080 at 11. Got 10 statute miles visibility, few clouds, 3000. Weather looks pretty good. And our minimums on this ILS is going to be 415. Beautiful. The box is pretty much set up. We're looking good there. We're going to be doing an auto brake medium, because St. Thomas's runway is only 7,000 feet. So we're going to use auto brake medium for this approach. And our bottom altitude is going to be 2,800, because we have no arrival. We're going straight to the ILS approach, and we want to be 2,800 at Kuto. So 2,800 is set. I'll go get the seatbelt sign on for these passengers, and I'm gonna slow down to Mach 0.75 for that way Whisper and Skyfall can catch up a little bit. So that way we're not that far apart. Cool, we're pretty much set up. Oh, we should see Puerto Rico on our right side. Are the clouds in the way? Oh, you can kind of see it. Puerto Rico's right over there. I think San Juan is right there. So we got Puerto Rico off the right side of the airplane. Let's get this side view. Alright. Crew resource management is very important, quite clearly shown in those two videos. Yeah, two perfect examples of what crew resource management, how it helps, and, you know, if you don't use it, what happens. So you get a good example of crew resource management and a terrible example of crew resource management, of no crew resource management. Imagine me, Reed, and you flying in the 747-200. Oh my god, we will be cooked. I don't even think we could get it off the ground, bro. Nah, but if we had Mati, we're golden. We're golden, bro. Mati would help us so much. Me waiting for London Heathrow to JFK. For what? One of the streams? I don't know. We'll do that later on, man. And guys, we hit 30 likes. We smashed that like goal. Thank you guys so much. If you guys are new here, hit the subscribe button. Going for 300 subs by the end of the month. And also, I appreciate it if you guys share the stream. Much appreciated. London Heathrow to JFK is very unique. Totally, Reed. You know, totally. It's not like JFK gets like 137 flights a week from Heathrow. I saw Whisper say I went direct to Yaya. Yaya, where's Yaya? I don't have Yaya on my thing. Currently I am direct Kilo Oscar Lima Alpha Oscar, and then after that it's Jets and then Toro. So we should be good. Reed, are you loading up San Juan to St. Thomas? You might want to start setting up for that, man. I won't lie, this flight went by pretty quick. Did you know Heathrow's most frequent destination is JFK Law? I sure did. I sure did. No, I'm having PC issues? Oh, damn, Reed. Me waiting for the Spirit flight? Oh, I do want to do a Spirit flight soon. We could. I'll have to see. I gotta... After the next 2 weeks, pretty much, until Expo. After Expo is when, because I have a pretty... Actually, we might be able to do some more flying before Expo. We will, but the stuff I have scheduled right now is, I have a couple streams before I want to do Spirit and stuff. I have Yaya, Bino, Jets, Kuto, then Jakei. Okay. Yeah, so I am... Okay, so... I'm taking the ILS from Toro. If you just want to do that, Whisper. Can you do a flight into Houston? I'll have to see. Let me see. Let me tell you how many flights I have left for what I want to do for the next coming streams. Okay, so I have around 3 flights that I have planned, but one of them I'm not too sure on just yet. Oh, and it's time to go down. And we'll start to bring her down. Oh, also let me get Sky Dolly up in the background. We'll get the LS push buttons on as well. Both sides are on, cool. And we are on our way down into St. Thomas, everybody. Let's see. I'm about 75 nautical miles from top of drop. Oh, perfect, Whisper, perfect. That's great. If you, Skyfall and Whisper, if you guys can, keep the speed up on the descent. That way we can catch all the arrivals and we won't be so far behind, you know? I'll tell you what, if we hit 275 subs by the end of this stream, then we will do a Houston stream coming soon. We'll do a Houston stream and a Heathrow stream. I'll put a vote, either Houston or London. But that's only if we hit 275 subs. And we're only 2 away, so it's not that hard. Altimeter 3007 at St. Thomas, appreciate it. Let me update that. 3007. Thank you, Whisper. Thank you, thank you. Some kid, hello, hello. How are you doing, man? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Here, you know what? You know what? I'm feeling nice. So, if we hit 275 subs by the end of the stream, tomorrow we'll do a giveaway. Bro, Dreamliner, I don't know why you delete your messages. Like, I can still see them on my end. Only one away from 275? Wow. I mean, we got 18 of you in here, so that's pretty good. Oh, Mr. Owls, hello, hello. Owls, bro, what happened? What was going on with your plane, bro? I had Beanie Baby talking in the chat about your airplane diverting, and I was like, what? Nothing but issues all day, huh? So what was going on? Like, you had no autopilot or anything? If you're still having problems, I might be able to help you in Discord. Cause I was having problems yesterday with it. And I had to do a bunch of stuff in the settings to fix it. Bro, it was so weird. Like, my engine started on their own. They didn't motor at all. Binds kept resetting for me, plane bugged out, etc. Okay. Okay. I mean, the only thing that would be weird is because you use the TCA Airbus, but like, so I don't know how different it'd be from the honeycomb, you know? MSFS and FO flight will be nice. Let's make it happen. Alright, wait, hold up. I've got 20 viewers in here. That's like the most I've had at once. Okay, now back to 17. I was like, what? No shot? Oh, where are we parking in St. Thomas? I'll have to check that. Alright, wait, hold on. Let me pull up the flight number. Okay, so they parked at gate 4. So, let's see. Alright, cool. It's on the corner. Alright. Alright, cool. Gate 4 it is. And Caribbean doesn't use CTEF, right? I don't think so, right? Let me check. It's been a frickin' minute since I've flown down here. Oh, there is. 18-1. Okay. So St. Thomas 18-1. Let's go. Oh, and we're standard. We'll go 3007 set. 3 times. We're looking good. There we go. So 18-1. We got no ATC. We'll hop on over there now. If y'all collab, go. You can get more views from his fans and yours in some subs. I'm not gonna do that though. Collab soon? I don't know, man. Whatever Owls wants to do. I'm always down for something, man. What time are we departing for Amsterdam? No, we're leaving back. We're going back to Philly. I'm either gonna do that flight or I might do a Qantas A330 flight after watching Qantas Flight 72, man. It's the US Virgin Islands. My bad, bro. I didn't know that the Caribbean still use CTAF, you know? It starts with a T and not a K. You know? Oh yeah, duh, Philly. It's either that or we do a Qantas flight. I'm gonna see if what liveries there are. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna slow early down to 240, so that way Whisper and Skyfall can catch up a bit. Get some speed break out, and also let me go direct. I'm gonna go direct to Toro. Ride speed brake, go down. I'm gonna turn down the music just a bit. Are you down with an 8 a.m. arrival? Maybe. I don't know. Bro, it's the only thing is I've been waking up like that early every damn day. Forever those long hauls, man. Can't stick for the landing. I have to go. Congratulations on the 275. I'll replay the stream back tomorrow because I'm looking for a -171. I got you, I do. I got you, man. Have a good night, man. Appreciate you tuning into the stream, man, and I will hopefully catch you tomorrow, man. Me too, Law. I'm exhausted. Yeah, Reed. What time do you think you'll be back from getting your windshield fixed? Cause like honestly, can't we just land later? You know. But at the same time, honestly, let's just do Amsterdam back to Philly, cause I have to do that flight anyway on Simbit World. Oh, shoot, we're going through a little bit of IMC right here. Thanks, bro. You as well. Tomorrow's Friday, so I'll definitely be in. Good luck. Thank you. I do. It's gonna be a fun stream tomorrow, so you definitely don't want to miss it, man. We got a new route. I would say new airport, but we already did a Madeira stream, but it's a new route for, you know, United Airlines. So yeah, definitely don't want to miss that stream tomorrow. Well, I gotta unplug my PC to move it, so if you're able to land at 8, that's ideal. Otherwise, it's fine. Okay, I got you. Yeah. I mean, the only thing is I have to put it up right after stream or something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe you just put it up a little bit before me, you know? Alright, come through 10,000 landing lights coming on. We'll ding the cabin. And I'm going to cut the music here, guys. I'm going to bring up the sim sounds for you guys. And let's see. We need to be 2,800. That doesn't seem right. Why do we look so high? 15 miles? We should be fine, actually. Maybe. We'll see. Worst case, we do lay vector. I'm not gonna fly again until like the 25th. Damn. I'm low-key kind of glad I don't have to fly tomorrow, because that 6 a.m. wake up would be brutal. Just started my descent. Perfect, Whisper. Perfect. We shouldn't be that far out. During the summer, you should do a flight in the hurricane. That's the plan, Daddy Vishy guy, man. Just gotta wait for some hurricanes to come up, man. Yeah, I'm flying slow so they can catch up. I hate 7 a.m. flights, but also love them. Calm winds for the wind, dude. Well, not necessarily calm winds, but like the best time is it's so quiet at the airports. But like right when 8 a.m. hits, that's when it starts to get busy, especially in executive. I'm back. Welcome back, Henry. Just in time for the arrival, my friend. Just in time. Yeah, we're a bit like high, I'd say. I'm gonna vert speed it down a bit. I made the collab happen. What do you mean, Dreamliner? Hanover hardly gets busy, especially not in the morning. Well, I mean, your airport's way smaller, man. Executive, bro, you got frickin' Gulfstreams flying out left, right, and center, man. Do you fly for a virtual airline? I do not. I do not. Now, I fly on Simber. That's like the only thing airline related I fly, man. Yeah, Orlando Executive sounds interesting, Element. It's so fun. Bro, and honestly, like, you'd think it'd be a congested airspace, like, that, like, oh, dude, I don't want to fly in here. But, like, once you get, like, a couple flights into it, it gets so easy. Like, you get used to the airport real quick. But another big thing is how the controllers act. Because some could be good, and then some could be, like, terrible. Especially on days when you want to do stuff in the patterns. And you get ATC practice all the time, yeah. Alright, let's slow down. 210. We'll slow 190. I fly to Charlottesville for my next cross country, and that'll be my first time talking to a tower controller. Damn. Reed, just don't stutter and be like Quebec X-ray Alpha or whatever. In St. Thomas traffic, American 2432 is 16 miles out on the ILS 10. Oh wow, we can see a little bit. Look at this. Oh wow. Look at that coastline right there. You see, 2020 ain't got it like that. Like the waves hitting against it. Oh man, that looks good. Damn. Okay. Okay, a little bit of IMC. Alright, a little bit of fog. Man, look at that. Oh, look at the boat. Oh, there's no boat, but like satellite imagery took a boat there. Man, oh, bro, look at this. Yo, 2024 for the win, man. Alright, I think I got the airport in sight. Oh yeah, airport in sight right there. And I'm gonna go ahead and we can wait on start the air replay, not just yet. I'll go arm the speed brakes, spoilers. Let's see, how far out are we? We are about 14 miles out. What's up, everybody? We going to Virgin Islands? Yes, sir, Sean. Yes, we are, man. Alright, speed check, flap 2. Flap 2 coming up. Oh man, yo, these storms look nice, I won't lie. Alright, we'll go start the replay now. And glide slope's coming in. I trusted you too much earlier, expecting a solid negative 301. Oh man, bro, you told me a 134. I had a 173 or whatever. That's not even that bad. Now I won't lie, I haven't flown the 321 in a minute, so we'll see how this goes. And St. Thomas traffic, American 2432, 7.5 mile final, runway 10. Alright, glide slope is captured. Missed approach altitude is 2800, right turnout. Pretty standard. But it's kind of weird because we go a far right turn then right over to St. Thomas VOR. Alright, we'll start to slow her down a bit more. Slow 170. Let's go gear down. Go lighter up, wing lights, runway turn off, taxi light coming on. We got gear down. I got 3 green. Go flap 3. And flaps full. Yeah, I did start the replay. Thank you, boss. Appreciate it. And St. Thomas traffic, I'm making 2432, 5 mile final, runway 10. Alright, let's see if we can get the eye tracker to come on. I'm like clicking the button to turn it on and it like wants to turn on. Okay, there we go. Now we got it. Cool. Alright, control cam is coming on, guys. Get your landing rates in the chat. Let's go land into St. Thomas, guys. St. Thomas traffic, American 2432, short final, runway 10, St. Thomas. Wow, guys, look at this, man. Holy. Oh, what's up, bossman? Hello, hello. Bomba clat. Alright, my airplane. Tick, tick, tick. Man, look at all the boats, man. That is sweet. Bro, look at that. Holy.
Above.
Alright, what's auto throttle doing, man?
Minimum.
Below, that's alright. Minimums continue. $300. $200. $100.
Light slope.
40, 30, 20. Retard.
Oh, floated.
10, 5.
Alright, we're down. Spoilers. Reverser's green. Decel. Go manual braking. Go hard on the brakes. 40 knots reverser stowed. And guys, welcome to St. Thomas. We'll vacate right here. control cam coming off, guys. And St. Thomas traffic, American 2432 is clear, runway 10 on Alpha, taxiing Alpha into the ramp. Alright, cool. 3 hours and 8 minutes on the block. Landing lights coming off, strobe lights off, wing light off, runway turn off light, taxi light can come on. We'll go clean her up. And guys, welcome, welcome to St. Thomas. We'll go start up the APU. Alright, let me see. We'll go start up the APU. APU firing up. We'll go flight deck. Oh, whoopsies. VOR constraint can come off. Clean up FO side as well. Let's see where we at. Where are you flying tomorrow? I'm flying around DC for the DC event. I'm flying in my hometown, baby. We are doing Newark to Madeira, Sean Matthew, tomorrow. Body man. What's up, Bossman? How you doing, bro? Not bad. Oh man, I was close all the way to the other side of the runway. Yeah, we used up. I don't know if you guys saw, like right when I clicked, right when I landed on the mains, the auto brake shut off. I don't know why. Off by 40, touchdown at the other side. Biggest float in history. Caution floating in play. Hey, Data Asian guy. Hey. Speaking of caution floating in progress, ludixaviation.com. Go get yourself that new shirt. Because Cessna's indeed float, you know. Bro, auto throttle was going crazy on a yeah, you saw that? It's because of those winds, man. Those winds, man, were going crazy. Alright, we'll go GSX. We're going to gate 4. Should be right there. There it is. Perfect. There we go. And we'll go system 1 can come off. Predictor wind shear off as well. And we'll go taxi into the ramp. And we'll catch Skyfalls and Whispers landings. Skyfall's still a little bit out, so we got time. Alright, so this is our ramp right here, right on the corner. Reed, why did we try adding Ludix? Alright, taxi light off. We'll go pull her into the ramp here. Oh, and why are we stopping? And I don't think the GSX profile is working for this airport, so I might have to cheat a little bit. We'll see when he tells me to stop. He's saying to stop now. Yeah, see, that's a little short. He's a little bit off, but we'll stop her right there. We'll stop her there. Parking brake set. APU's running. We'll go shutter down. Beacon light off. Seatbelt signs coming off. Fuel pumps coming off as well. Deboarding requested. And guys, welcome to St. Thomas. Wow. That was fun. Beautiful flight. Let me get the autofocus off so when we catch their landings. And of course we get the big ULD loaders. Love it. Love it. Music coming back. And while we're deboarding, Skyfall should be coming in right now. Let's see. Do we see him yet? I do not. Alright, but we are deboarding. I think we got time to look at some landing rates before they come in. And then we'll go into the replay and we'll call it a night, guys. Actually, let's go this side. We can see the terminal. This is a beautiful scenery, guys. I think Tropical Sim made it. I think it's Tropical Sim. I'm mixing up the names. But yeah, Tropical Sim. I have it in the description, but go pick it up because this scenery is amazing, man. I always enjoy flying into it. Let's see. Let's go see some landing rates. Alright, hopping over to the other screen. Let's see, we'll go end PACX. PACX set at -262. Unsatisfied, what? Unannounced diversion. Oh, okay, so the thing about PACX is when you try and put St. Thomas's ICAO, it doesn't work. So I just put in San Juan's, but -262, I'll take it. We'll go close that. We'll go see what Volanta said. Volanta said a -261 at 1.02 G. I'll take it. I'll take it. You know, it's been a while since I've flown this 321. We'll go complete it on Sim Toolkit Pro as well. Sim Toolkit Pro gave us a -285. I will take it. I will take it, man. Bombaclat -261. Bossman, man. Sim Toolkit Pro said -1.05 G. A touchdown zone. I'll take it, man. I'll take it. I will take it. Alright, let's see. 7,000 foot runway, and A321s don't really come here that often. I'll take it, man. Alright, we should start to see Skyfall. Where is he? That's good enough? Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it, man. Alright, he's like 6 miles out. So he should be coming in. And then Whisper's right behind him. Bossman, I see you've been flying around on Volanta all the time, man. You be ripping Air France down to Madagascar, and you don't have time to hop on a call? After stream, I better see you in the VC. Evan's probably gonna be there, so hop in. Alright, let's see. Bro, it says... Why am I not seeing him? Maybe model matching for 2024, just not loading in right now. He'll probably load in short final. I'm testing my new setup and go to bed usually the next day, or the plane off tracks or crashes. Oh, what's your new setup, Bossman? What's this new setup of yours? But so far, it has been only on the A350, just BIOS tweak. Are you in 2024 or 2020? Alright, come on, Skyfall. Where you at, bro? Let me just confirm I'm still in VATS. I'm not! Why did it disconnect me? Oh my, just in time. Oh man. Vatsim disconnected me, I don't know why. I must have accidentally hit disconnect. Oh buddy. Just in time. Beautiful landing. I just reinstalled 2024 and it's getting good, Bossman. It's getting really good, man. Alright, Whisper up next. 7.5 out. Cool, cool, cool. Keep that speed up, Whisper. You know, rock like 180 till like 4 mile final. Oh, look, Skyfall made the exit before us.
St. Thomas, Vicky, 1908, clear, Echo, taxi, Alpha, Tafaki. Good day.
Beautiful butter.
Appreciate you.
Alright, now time for Whispers. Whisper, where you at, Brody? Look at all these boats, man. Whose yacht is that right there, huh? Beautiful scenery. Oh, what about that one? Look at that. Oh man. Got some cargo ships too. And it's a nice little terminal too. Looks like GSX is almost done. Alright, which we should see Whisper soon. He should start to come in. Oh, I got him. Here he is. Can see his banana plane from out here. And I think the model matching with 2024 is fixing the landing gears. Because I was able to see the landing gears, but earlier today I didn't. When I was doing some flying. Okay, right now I got Whisper's nose wheel, but I don't see his main landing gears. Oh, Whisper, are you going around? Nah, stick it, bro. Oh man. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, I see the landing gears didn't come in. Come on, get her down, Whisper, get her down. Oh. Go around. Uh-oh. Oh no, Whisper. Well, that's Spirit Airlines for you, man. Oh man. Just hook her back around and land runway 25 or 209. Oh. Poor Whisper, man. Alright, well, it was a good attempt. Let's go load up this replay. We'll go disconnect. Oh wait, hold on, you know what? Make sure all these lights are on and all the doors are closed and stuff. Alright, let's try this. There we go. Alright, let's go see this landing. See how well we did. Yeah, we started our flare way too early. We just floated. Oh, we got her down, man. I'll take it. Still legal. I will take it. Wind screwed me over. Hey, it was windy. That wind on our autothrottle was crazy. Yeah, we floated. I'll take it. I will take it, man. I will take it. Let's see. Let's pause it right on our touchdown. Let's see. You started the flare very early? Yeah, man. That's what happens when you don't fly an A321 in two months. Just about. A month and a half, maybe. Let's go drone lock. Let's see from here, how did we do? Oh yeah, ballooned it. We ballooned it. I'll take it. Alright, let's do a couple wing views and then we'll do our final flybys and call it a night, guys. Good for a Cessna, literally. At least you didn't overrun the runway? Yeah. Yeah, it was smoothish. Wasn't the best, but it wasn't the worst, you know? Still a textbook landing. I mean, I would assume that's the average landing rate into St. Thomas, you know? Pilots try to get it down. You can't really afford a big float. Alright, see you everyone. Good night. Good night, Sean Matthew. Have a good night. We will hopefully see you tomorrow, man. Oh, look at that reverse thrust come out. Oh, yeah. That is sweet. This was a fun stream. Have a good night. Good night, Snot. Thank you for tuning in. We'll hopefully see you tomorrow, man. Can't wait for the Madeira stream. Yep, tomorrow, man. Be ready, bro. Oh, yeah, I'll take it. Alright, let's go see these views. Then we'll do some flybys. I don't know why the speed brakes are out. Yeah, I'll be online, but not for long. I got to get up at 3:30 for my flight to San Fran. Oh, wow, early wake up, Sean. What time is the flight tomorrow? Probably 6:30? 6 o'clock, 6:30 maybe? I'll probably aim for 6 o'clock, most likely. But yeah, guys, tomorrow we're doing Newark to Madeira in the MAX in 2024. So definitely be there. We'll be doing one live giveaway. And yeah, it's gonna be a fun stream. And yeah, be there. Who knows? Maybe we'll see if we can hit 300 subs that stream. I don't know. Okay, cool. Well, I'm off. Good night. See you, Skyfall. Have a good night, man. Appreciate you flying along. Alright, let's go do some... resetter there. I want a nice view of the nose right when we come over. Whisper, have you landed yet? We might have time to look at your second attempt on the landing rate, man. Alright, I don't know if this is gonna work. Oh, maybe. Didn't not how I wanted it to work, but Oh yeah, major float. We got her down. Alright, let me try that again. One of these views right here, yep. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, that's sweet. Let's see, we'll go here. Actually, we didn't do this side. Let's see this side, we'll go. I will take it. Go pause you. Go here. Oh, whoops. Well guys, it is that time where I gotta call it. Thank you guys so much for tuning into today's stream. We'll be back tomorrow doing some United, somewhat, you can call it, inaugural flight to Madeira in the MAX 8 in 2024. Be there, we'll be doing a giveaway, so definitely don't want to miss it. Without further ado, it's been your boy, FO Pilot Dep, also known as Lucas. And I'll see you guys on the next one. Good night, everybody. See ya.